we don't, just a second. We have a request for executive session. Call Madam Clerk. You know, thank you, Mr. Woodson. I did miss the discussion. Yeah, I'm sorry. The attorney already did. So is there any discussion on this, on going into a closed session? Go ahead. What's your request? Yep. Could you restate your reasoning for the closed session?
It's to discuss settlement issues in relation to the concerned pastors et al. Versus City of Flint et al. Lawsuit.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I will not be going into closed session. I think this is something I do under, the residents have been waiting for a very long time and haven't received anything. It's too much stuff that's done in this city chamber, or city hall, that's done behind doors. I will not be going behind doors to discuss something that this entire city is still suffering from. We still don't have all the service lines replaced. So I will not be going in executive session. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
I, too, will not be going into executive session dealing with any issue as far as the water crisis. I've never gone into any executive sessions, and I will not start today. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you.
Murphy.
I'll be voting yes to go into executive session. Anything got to do with the liability of the city of Flint and may cost us dollars or we at jeopardy. Excuse me. Point of order.
What's your point?
While I'm talking, I hear somebody in the front speaking out, and I will ask that the audience, please.
Audience, please allow us to.
We will give them a time to speak at the podium.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. So, I would love to be able to hear what's going on. I'm not sure. Update me, and then let me form my opinion once I am out of the executive session on which way I want to vote. So I do want to hear what's going on. And as an elected official, I think I owe it to this community to listen to all litigation. What I won't do is speak out on anything when it comes down to my opinion on something without going into closed session and hearing what we can't talk about openly to the public. So I'll be voting yes.
Anyone else? All right, seeing that there's no one else?
Okay. Go ahead. See no more discussion. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Murphy.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns.
No.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Ms. Worthing is not in. The vote is 5 yes.
Point of order.
Which point?
Rich Jones is yelling out in the back of the room.
Mr. Jones, please. Thank you that you're being called to order. Go ahead.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. We are going into an executive session.
to executive session?
We needed
It's always been six.
5.
I'm talking to the attorney, Judy.
It's supposed to
Be six.
There's only 8 members elect.
Statute indicates a two-thirds majority.
Talking about that's present or that we have. So when we're looking at the statute, we have technically 9 members, not 8. So does that mean present or absent? We have. Thank you, Sheila. Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm not scared. You get your ass over here then. Don't you talk to me that way. Don't threaten me. I will not take threats from anyone.
Don't talk to you. I think you're my city council board person. I don't think I have a choice till May 7th.
We're not in session right now, but I'm watching her. I am.
First of all, she came in here talking crazy to me, and that's why that lady lighting her up. That's why. She brought that on herself.
It is 5:43, and we are now going back into open session. Roll call, please.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Oh. I didn't see that. Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing? You have 8 members present.
We have 8 members present. This time now is for public speaking. Members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to address the city council on any subject. Only 1 speaking opportunity per speaker.
Hello, Flint.
For consent agenda.
Hello, Flint. I'm our Earl Mitchell. And you remember last time I was here at the city council when I was talking about getting kicked out of Jordan College. I was one of the first students was there. And I got kicked out for blowing up a microwave oven. And the dean come down there and said, "Who did it?" And everybody pointed at me like drunken kids. Said, you out of here. And then she said, "What you gonna do now, sir?" And I just said, "I'm gonna be a sociologist at large." And I went out and I ended up going over there on Memorial Park, over there, laying on my back. But I was actually praying to God because somebody said, "Man, you supposed to sue them people. They said you got your check, but we're not gonna give it to you." I said, but as a kid, I was 17 years old and got introduced to Jesus. And he said, and we read the book, he said, "You judge not, for you be not judged." as a Christian, as a Church of God in Christ, I figured I'll deal with, that's why I'm a sociologist. I said, because, but now, you people's in the court talking about concerned pastors going in the back room, keep the public and see what you talk about. They got a lawsuit against the city. I wonder, is it one of them from the Church of God in Christ? And what's the difference between a Baptist church and the Church of God in Christ? Like Shiloh and all that, and Roger L. Jones Church on Dordt Highway and the good church on Holbrook Street. Where the dude getting a $20,000 lawnmower and over there looking curious. You won't jump on the Muslim that way, but selling bean pies in the streets and all that stuff. And once you judge that dude for killing Marcus X, they let him out of prison, they all taking him and all that junk. But anyway, I was over there, and somebody put me on the front page, a young man over there, and it had to be taking the picture of him over here. My mom and father was alive then. It's 2 stones throw away. I can just throw it and hit my mama's house from over there right across from Red Cross. But I refused to go over there. It was a picnic table. My father, I could lay on that table, but he scaled fish on us after they get through dealing with the peoples in Flint, fighting them freckle-faced little white boys over there and ice skating. I ain't know I beat up a white boy and they come over there and play hockey and fight me and them in the hockey gang. That's what they was gonna murderize me. I figured that out. And they're talking about bones in the park. And where that girl goes? I believe that's where they put Jimmy Hoffa at. Because he was trying to relax in the park and he disappeared. I remember seeing him was alive too. All you peoples you cutthroat junkin', real hypocrites. No wonder Mays called y'all hypocrite. He went in and got his daddy Bible when y'all don't refuse, when the Robert rules these Ronald Roberts, go get my daddy Bible. I remember Mays said, he talked face to face to God, and y'all marking up. I like to see what the preacher gonna sue. Take that,
Thank
TikTok that. Give me some money for telling y'all that.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Next public speaker. Go
Hi,
ahead.
yes, my name is John McFadden. I'm a adoptee of Oak Park, and I'm here again today to talk to you guys about the sale of Oak Park.
RL. I can't hear you. RL.
Okay, I'll speak up, I'm sorry. Yep, about the sale of Oak Park. Oak Park was a very important part of this city here. Oak Park was a park that when people came to this city, didn't have the money, they made a tent city out of Oak Park right there, and they stayed there until they got money from working at the Buick to get their places around here. So I think that Oak Park should be listed as a historical site, as one of the oldest parks in this city. Excuse me. And I think that you guys should think very careful about the wishes that they made when they donated that park to the city. Because they donated that park to the city under the pretense that it always be a park. And they haven't spent no money in Oak Park in over 65 years. And I can tell that's because they wanted to sell it, make it look like ain't nothing happening there. But every year we have 100 people that come back to that park for a reunion. And we've been doing that now for over 10 years. And we don't know what we're gonna do if you guys decide to take our park away from us. And I would like for you guys to think hard about the sale of that park. Thank you.
Thank you. I was asked by our new assistant, our deputy clerk, for speakers to speak their names slowly and clearly and make sure that you can be heard so that she can make a note of that, because she doesn't know everybody yet. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Doan.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening to all the council members. For you that do know me or don't know me, my name is Michael Doan. I am the president of the City of Flint Board of Review. Standing with me, I have some of the board members of that board, which is members from Ward 1, which is Mrs. Moore, Ward 3, which is Mrs. Henderson, Ward 5, which is Mrs. Brewer, and Ward 7, which is Mrs. Searcy. We come before you today. First and foremost, we would like to give our deepest condolences for the passing of First Ward Councilperson Eric Mays. He was a true pillar to the community of the city of Flint, and he will be missed dearly all around this world. So we just come before you asking if you guys can hear us out. As you guys can see, this is my board of review. For you guys who don't know what the board of review are, we help with the assessment of the city tax, the roll tax for the city, with the assessment department. We have 5 members here, and as you guys know, it's 9 wards in the city of Flint. We are asking wards 2nd, 6th, 8, and 9 if you guys can please appoint someone to those empty seats on that board so we can serve our community and in this city with the respect and due diligence that is deserved from its appointed officials with doing this job. I know you guys have a lot on your plate. I know it's a lot of work to get done for the city, but we're asking you guys to hear us out. We've been doing this job. I've been doing it for 3 years now. I just became the president last year, and we're trying to change it up. We're trying to make sure that the public knows about the Board of Review, that the Board of Review plays an important part for the city, and that we can be heard when it's necessary, and that you guys take it just as serious as we take it, and you know, with this job and in this field, appoint those people to those seats so we can just be more effectively at our positions and do the job that we was appointed to do. So without further ado, we appreciate you guys just for letting us come up and speak, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the Board of Review.
How y'all doing? My name is Richard Jones. Thank y'all for switching. Either here or a little bit less than Adele. I moved to the back because I have a loud voice. And it's kind of impossible to be quiet in these chambers. I feel like instead of decreasing the amount of public speaking, y'all should give us 5 minutes. And instead of having 2 minutes to respond, y'all should have 5 minutes. And then guess what? Y'all should give us another 5 minutes to speak, and then maybe we can be quiet. Because y'all don't answer real questions. Like when I say, did y'all try to find another way to get that $72 million besides just put it on the taxpayers' back that y'all asked the capital? Y'all don't comment on that. Y'all brag about being great grant writers, and I say, are y'all trying to write grants to help people keep their homes, put rules on their house? You don't speak on that. But you want to talk on personal attacks. And you want to take personal attacks. It's sad. And I can't wait till 2026. And Quincy, I see the mood that they're playing on you. The person that they plan on putting in Eric May's seat, will have to run for 3rd Ward in 2026. He will not be eligible to run for the 1st Ward Council seat. So you need to think about that. I can see what's going on. I pray for this city. I feel that Councilman Mays stood up for a lot of people that are ungrateful. He helped a lot of people that are ungrateful. But for the people that were grateful, I'm going to continue to lift my voice. Because if I just dealt on the negative people and the negative behavior, I would give Flint the middle finger. But because there are so many innocent people that you guys are hurting that don't even know that you're hurting. I gotta keep doing what I do. And I don't care about any of y'all, and I mean publicly, not just the council. I don't care about any of y'all backdoor meetings because it's a lot of weak voices and manipulated ears in the city of Flint. Yeah. And it's time that the non-involved get involved. We got to stop depending on
Mr.
the
Jones.
wrong people. Thank you. Oh, I'm gonna say one more thing.
No, Mr. Jones, your time is over. Thank you.
Listen.
Mr. Jones,
Stay tuned.
thank you.
America, so we deal with this situation in this Flint city. Hypocrites.
Go ahead, ma'am. Mr. Jones, please. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Lottie Durrett. I want to say a few things. Where's the trash cans that y'all were so adamant about us having? The $2 million, where's the trash cans? As far as the people in the audience, I know they ain't supposed to blur out, but sometimes some things is better left just unsaid. It won't be a breaking, outrage. People can't argue by themselves. If you focus on what's going on behind that wall back there, and don't worry about the whispers in the back. You can't control nobody's mouth. Long as they're not hollering at you, that's fine. People gonna speak. You can't dictate what a person wanna say, even if it is a whisper. And the last thing, there's a lot of people with these backwater bills that's just been attached to their homes and taxes. And I just wanna ask Ms. Lewis, how does she manage what's the antidote to not getting your name put on that wall with them back taxes like everybody else? Because you have a second water bill dues just like everyone else. So I just want to know, what did you do so I can do it? So I don't have to worry about my home being taken away or taxes or being put on my home. What did you do? What's the antidote? Could you let us all know that? Because we are curious. And that's all I wanted to ask.
My name is Kawana Mack from the 7th Ward.
Could you repeat your name, please?
Kawana Mack.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the ARPA funds that was here for the people. Y'all give everybody else money, ain't said nothing about no roof, no windows, nothing for the community. And also, we the people that put y'all in office. So y'all gonna sit up there, the ones who's not doing the business as they should, these backdoor closed dealings, underhandedness is gonna be out of here. And when all your money that you done got paid for underhanded is spent, where you gonna be? And also, y'all tell us don't talk about you all, but when you get your turn, you wanna talk about us. So with that saying, get y'all act together. But the ones who's gonna keep doing the devil's bidding, as I say, y'all got y'all day. And I still say,
There you go.
Mr. Murphy, take that.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Miss Pollard. This is my hometown. I'm from Detroit. I looked at the videos, because I haven't been here because we had death in the family every week. I just left my little niece to look at her before they cremate her. My problem is with the 5 people. I watch y'all time after time. Y'all give criticism, but you can't take it. Don't give it out if you can't take it. You guys keep saying y'all here for the city of Flint. I come through here in the middle of the night, through all y'all wards. Especially the east side, Miss Judy, you haven't done nothing over there for those people. I'm out here giving money out, helping people out in areas. They say they try to call you, you don't respond to them. I'm not gonna give you your name, but like I told her, keep trying. Miss Lewis, you're not doing nothing over in your ward because over there on Clio Road, Steve got that shut down. Everybody that own their business on Clio Road is cleaning up their area, they fixing their place up, they doing what they gotta do. Y'all is just talking too much trash to me. if y'all really, really deep down inside care about the resident in Genesee County, which is called in Flint also, you guys would do better study of the stuff y'all talking about. They doing this. Y'all too busy watching what everybody put on Facebook. You too busy watching in their conversation. People can have conversation as long as they not interrupting you or calling your name out. Y'all don't blank that stuff out. Take care of your business. Because you always say, Murphy, we got to take care of business. I'm here to take care of business. Take care of business. Don't worry about what they saying. Y'all here to do what the people paid y'all to do. And at the end of the day, you guys got to do better, because if you really care about Flint, all this ARPA fund money shouldn't even went to no outside people. Miss Mona, all them people that y'all gave money to, have y'all found out if Miss Mona doing what she supposed to do? The garbage people who said they were going to give the citizens garbage can, have y'all got in touch with all these people y'all gave the money? Have y'all went to any of they places to see they doing the stuff that they said they was doing with the money? Half of them come in here, they don't have their documentation to show y'all nothing. They talking about, we don't have it with us right now. And then y'all ask them to come bring it every meeting they came. They still didn't have it. They don't got their I's dotted, they don't got their T's crossed. When is y'all gonna wake up and quit taking side money just to get money to get a vote in? Stop that. And that 5 votes, y'all know y'all doing wrong. Quit trying to go against the other 3. Because to me, it's like y'all hating on them. Y'all showing hatred and racism. And then y'all let that man, whatever his name is, he always talking about bad about people, racism, but then when everybody else react to what he say, y'all don't say nothing. Y'all act like y'all don't hear him in the crowd when he arguing with other people. Y'all only see certain people and you want to point them out because those y'all partner who giving y'all some money out y'all pocket. At the end of the day, y'all need to do better, because at the end of the day, y'all got to pay for it too. Y'all got to answer to that man up above, not us. You're going to have to answer to him, baby, how you treating everybody. So if y'all don't care about the citizen or the people here in Flint or the kids, just tell us tonight. Because y'all not doing nothing for the resident at all. All y'all doing is letting these people come in. Y'all are the target to get easy money.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rose Morrow. I want to thank, again, the council people that are working for us and trying to get the other ones to work with them and work with us. One topic I want to discuss on, I called Priority Waste. Priority Waste told me, go to the city council meeting. I said, I already go. He said, ask them, because I asked him, where was our trash cans? When are we going to get them? He stated that, to my understanding, that the city council, the contract is there, whatever, but in regards to the trash cans itself, you guys are looking for a distributor to finalize that. And he said it was a couple other things that had to be worked out. But I said, well, do you know when we're going to get the trash cans? He said he didn't know. I said, do you think it'll be this year? He said, I don't know. He said it's all on city council. I don't know if this is true or not. This is just what he told me, because I'm trying to get the answer for me and for the residents. So if you guys could speak on that. He said something about negotiating to find a distributor. You might have a distributor already, but you're trying to work things out. If you could touch on that, somebody, when you get a chance. And the second thing is, we know the ARPA dollars are gone. You guys put them in the general, you voted to put them in the general funds. But what I want to know is there any way, and if you can answer this, because I don't know, is there any way that somebody can write a resolution or something to give those 3 organizations, G-Card, Metro Community Development, and Habitat Humanity, any additional money to help other residents? Because they've already taken the applications they have. And I know they're working things out too, because they said they had some problems with the contract. So I want to know, because Councilman Eric Mays, before he passed, with his unfortunate passing, he was trying to get additional ARPA dollars. So I would just like to know, if it's possible, can any of that money, can you guys ask for some of that money and give them more money to help other residents? So if that's possible, if somebody could touch on it, I don't know. Thank you.
My name is John Billings. I'm First Ward resident. Okay, I want to know 2 things basically. The first is about the concerned pastors' settlement. Are we, the public, entitled to know who they are and what it's about? And the second one I would like to discuss is, can y'all amend these resolutions to include cutting tree branches over people's houses that really the city own, but it's their land, but the trees are growing so out of whack and the trees are dead that the branches are falling on houses and garages, damaging them. So while they out there cutting trees over for the sidewalk, wouldn't take but probably the same amount of time for them to get the trees hanging over people's houses that's causing damage. Thank you.
Just a reminder to all people inside council chambers, please silence your phones. Go ahead.
What did you say?
Silence your phones.
Oh, so my husband, if he calls, I can't silence it. I don't know how to do it, but I'll keep that in mind. My name is Ashney, like Ashy Knees, A-S-H-N-E-E, and this is Onyx, O-N-Y-X, Dunny. Thank you all for your service to community. And I am calling in support of resolution number, not calling, I'm in person. I am speaking in support of resolution number 240089 to allocate funding to a BIPOC emerging developer program. And I am in support of this item, this line item, a resolution number, because from what I can see, there is a scarcity of property developers of color. And as a consultant, a lot of what we've collected data around is minimized capacity of entities to be able to implement these types of projects. So it's my perception that the proposed project can support developing more developers of color to have the capacity and the knowledge and even some resources seeded to be able to work on developing properties in this area. And I think that's much needed. Not that has germs on it. And that's not to take away from, anyone's, I'm not a politician, so it's not to take away from anyone else's points on what funds should be spent on. And I think that allocating some type of funding to this project does not have to take away from anything else that anyone might think would be of value. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Grace Lee. I'm in the 9th Ward. I just moved here recently. However, since I've been here, I have heard multiple complaints about people having hot water heater damage or it's not working. The funds should be available for people with the income maybe past $40,000. I don't know what the income level is, but some of your programs are not built for people who have a little higher income, but they really need the help. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address council? Seeing none.
Good afternoon. I'm Bernard Drew, and I'm here also in support of the initiative to help reallocate funds for the Emerging Developers Program. I have the pleasure of seeing some of you in some casual spaces of just serving in the trenches in our community, and I appreciate that because I think there's an awareness. We got people who live here in the city, who love the city, who have been around the city, care about the city, and yet oftentimes are the least able to participate in changing their own environments. And from what I understand this program will do, as opposed to us hoping that some other organization, some corporation will swoop in and redevelop our neighborhoods and take care of that dilapidated building. This initiative is intended to help empower people who are here, who serve here, who work here, to have the support, the capacity building, the training, the understanding, to beautify them ourselves. I'm committed primarily in the 6th Ward, but also do some work in the 1st. And there's just so much blight that sometimes its elimination shouldn't rely solely on the city, shouldn't rely solely on the land bank or the county, but this program is intended to help people to be able to understand those processes, understand what it means to get permits, hire an architect, and be able to pay for them so that that renovation, that upgrade that's necessary can be completed. My hope is that this is the first of many more initiatives. I'm confident, because I've worked with, and I think you do too, a lot of great people who are very intelligent, and in some regards, they may not have all of the accolades and all of the big names and degrees that sometimes may spark additional attention and say, oh, let's support their initiative. But man, they've got heart and they got hustle. And I think Antonio Brown at the John L. Group, an accountant, CPA, you know, he wrote a book recently, Going from Business to Business. And I know a lot of folks that handle business real good. That's B-I-D-N-E-S-S, which means you know how to sell, get stuff done. You have a heart, but you don't have the infrastructure to be able to participate properly in the spaces where it's needed to get the approval from a council, get the approval from the City of Flint, the planning and zoning departments. But I think if they have these resources, they not only do a good job, they would pour greater inspiration into our communities than we could ever imagine. So I hope you continue to support this initiative and many more like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Lawana, and I'm here.
What is your last name?
Terry, and I'm here to speak directly to Eva. You giving up this seat here, whatever you will be gone, but that educational seat you got, telling them kids that Eric is the reason your life has been threatened, I'm here to let you know, us parents is coming for your education license, baby. You will be jobless, and I don't give a damn, because that's my child education you effing with, and so we gonna F with your life. Have a good day.
Anyone else? Mr. Woodson?
Good evening, Arthur Woodson. Let me hurry up and start. Eva, Judy, you racist. Quincy, Candace, and Liddell the Moose, Lewis. Let me tell y'all, I have PTSD, and I'm not ashamed to say this. And I do go to therapy with other veterans, and I see people at that table just like Candace. You have a serious issue, anger issue. You're mad all the time. I spoke political to you, not personal, but you wanted to talk personal. I think something happened to you. Seriously, I can't help that your father was a serial rapist. I really can't. So don't come at me personally when I'm speaking to you publicly, politically. Quincy, you too emotional. You don't even need to be on there, man. I told you that before you even got in. You sat there and said you're changing your vote because Jerry Winfrey Carter said you the fifth vote. Oh, I'm not voting for you because you said this. That's stupid. Liddell, you have a serious issue. You was big when you was a kid, and didn't nobody love you, and you really hate life. You have an education. You one of those educated, stupid people. I understand that. Let me say this about the NRDC real quick. The NRDC, why are you going into meetings? Have y'all asked about the $700,000 that Goyette got for doing homes that wasn't on the list?
Thank you.
NRDC, why are you going in there when the judge didn't already rule that this line administration didn't do the service lines? They didn't need authority to do road restoration. It was in the city easement. And then the hard surfaces, sidewalks and pavement. They are a bunch of liars. What do you need to be in there for? I just spoke to the RA, Ms. Shores, the regional administrator for EPA yesterday. This is sad. Y'all got an ACO, which is administrative consent order coming with deadlines, and the city isn't telling y'all anything about it. This is sad. Mayor Sheldon Nickelbag Milley,
Mayor Sheldon Santos Neely is a liar, and his administration, with a couple of them cool, but they sit back in silence. You just as guilty as they are. This is a lying piece of shit administration. And I said it. Thank you.
My name is Gladys Williamson, and I'm here on behalf of all these people that can make it, and for the ones that are already dead. And please, give me some respect by looking at me when I got my little 3 minutes to speak. All you people, hey! Thank you. Because, Eva, I'll be so glad when you get the hell out of here. You are a pain in the butt. You were never any good. I had more trees removed in that 9th Ward than you ever thought about. And I'm the one that got the great big garbage tub in the circle over there so that people could come and bring their yard waste. You sat over there in your little stupid house and didn't do anything for the 9th Ward. You come here and you sit your butt down and you vote. Then you take your little purse over your neck and you walk your tail on out of here. That's your thing. That's what you do. That's all you've ever done for the 9th Ward. And I'll be so glad when you are gone. And hopefully you'll sell your house and go somewhere else where you can live off somebody else. Because you've lived off the 9th Ward for 4 years now. And anybody that, Judy, can you look up here? Well, then do it. And I want you to know that I can speak for the people that are already dead. I've got precancerous nodules in my lungs from the water that I breathed in through the humidifier for 2 winters when everybody was saying, oh, the water's fine. No, the water's not fine. And I can't even begin to think about how many people are dead in the ground and ain't got a nickel from this water money. And you, Quincy, I don't know what's happened to you. You used to sit up and get on the buses with us, and I don't even know who you are now sitting behind that seat. You are like somebody I don't even remember. I sat there and tried to speak to you before the city council meeting started, and you wouldn't even give me 5 minutes of time. So I don't even know. I remember when you used to beg for $5 in gas so that you could cut some grass. Where did that person go? Yeah. You tell me, Quincy, because I really don't know. And I think you people ought to be ashamed of yourselves for not flat out telling us where that money is and how fast you can get it to us. Shame on all of you. You laugh.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Seeing no movement, now it's time for council response. Council persons may respond to any public speaker, but only one response and only when all public speakers have been heard. Individual council response is limited to 2 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to do council response?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you so much. To the young lady who talked about the trash cans, I put in a referral to have the administration respond to do a follow-up on that right there. To the couple back there that talked about the Oak Park that's in the 3rd Ward, I met with you guys off the side, and I look forward to meeting with you and the group and whoever the company that's trying to do to see what we can do to address y'all issues there. To Art Wilson, one thing for sure, two things for certain. I want you to always know, when I decided to run for city councilman, not one time did I come to you and ask you your opinion on what you thought. I prayed to the Lord and asked the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost to lead me. So don't flatter yourself to make you believe in your mind whatever you said you have, that I ever came to you and picked up the phone and said, what you think about me running for office. If you think about it, anybody who know the history of me know I ran against Johnny Tucker, Johnny Coleman, Kerry Nelson, Brian Nolden, Santino, and not one time have I ran against all of them that I ever came to you and asked you to help me. And for the young lady who said I used to ask you for $5, or trust me, the man.
Point of order. That is inappropriate. Ma'am, this is time for council response, not for audience. Thank you.
Point of order. Point of order. That's fine. That's like the 5th time she done yelled out. She needs a warning.
Ma'am.
She said she need a warning. Is that it, or you just saying, ma'am?
The next time will be a warning.
Okay, all right. So, for some reason or another, some people have this belief that I was out here begging for money to cut grass. No, I wasn't begging for money. The man upstairs, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost put people in my life to help me keep that grass cut. And the young lady that lived right across from Dewey Park knows
That's your time, Mr.
I've been
Murphy.
cutting grass for a
That's
long
your
time.
time, Mr. Murphy.
Ain't nobody never needed
Mr.
her.
Murphy, that's your time. Go ahead. Is there anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you. To all the speakers, thank you for coming. These are your chambers, and a little clap should not bother any of us. And I think when we talk about, we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of the water crisis, emotions and feelings will run high, as they should in this community. Flint has not been made whole. We still do not have all the service lines which are replaced. To the couple with Oak Park, I've had those conversations with you. I think that's a good idea. I will be looking into that because it should be historical. It's been there since Buick City was there. I played there. We lived on the corner of North and Baker, right next to the store and duplex. And we came in when the street lights was on, and we knew our neighbors then. And we have to start preserving some of the things. And a parking lot, I'm not interested in at all. Power and position is some of the people come up here, and you have a right to express your opinions. I think when some people get into positions of power, they can't handle the power that comes with the position, and it's abused. It's abused. The public who put us in this office, unless you were appointed, it's the people that we owe everything to, and we have to show up for it. We have to listen to the residents, and the residents should always come first. And in this council, I've never seen anything like it. We've got council members who are receiving ARPA dollars, and we haven't done anything with their nonprofits. We haven't paid any residents or did any home repairs. Not one. Residents should come first. So I appreciate everyone coming, and we only get 2 minutes. So, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, Madam. Thank you. First, I would like to thank all of the residents for coming out. I would like to thank those who have come up to the podium to voice your concerns, your issues, opinions. Thank you for being engaged in the process, and please do not stop coming out to these council meetings. We need you all to come out. We need you to get up to that podium and speak out, because when you speak out, the members up here should listen.
Thank you.
And always remember that the council chambers are for you. You should not have to come here and be harassed or be put out of your chambers. These chambers are yours, and you are the people who elected each of us to sit up here. So don't be afraid to come into these chambers, and don't be afraid to speak out. I want to reiterate the referral. I want to put in a referral. I want to know, like Councilman Murphy, the status of the waste and recycling carts. I don't know when they are supposed to be distributed, but it's been far too long. And also, I am looking forward to the discussion on the emerging developer program. And Ms. Gladys, I love your spunk. Keep coming out. The Lord. Yes. And also, as far as the Oak Park, I will too be interested in helping research that and making sure that that park is preserved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair? Yeah, I do want to respond. So about a month ago, it's been about a month now, I did ask where we were in the process of getting those trash bins. And a month ago, I was told that the CAR process takes several phases before we get to the assembly and distribution step, that the RFP is planned to be issued very soon. And then it'll probably take a month for a decision to be made for hiring a cart company, and that the city is supposed to be providing media notifications as each step occurs so that the residents can be informed of the process. And then at that time, which was February 16th, they did not have a date to share with the public, but they were actively working on the CART project. And so that was about a month ago when I was given that update. So with the 2 referrals that have been put in, hopefully we are at least past the RFP phase, so you all will know what is going on with the carts. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
I've said this quote before, but it needs repeating. Great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, small minds discuss people. Eleanor Roosevelt.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no more movement, that closing time council response. Now we will have a presentation from Rowe Engineering. Are we set up electronically for you? Okay, our city clerk will assist you in that. No, she's shaking her head no.
Yeah. I didn't have anything formally to put up on the screen. It's just more discussion, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. All right, good evening, everybody. I've been in front of City Council over the years, and for those who don't know me, my name is Jeff Markstrom. I'm the division manager at Rowe Professional Services Company here in downtown Flint. Rowe has been working with the city of Flint on the service line replacement program pretty actively since 2019. And I'm here tonight just kind of give everybody an update of kind of where we stand with the service line replacements and the restoration. And then I'm open to take any conversation and comments from everybody. On a weekly basis, we meet, or have been meeting during the construction season, and then we meet. We've been meeting every other week during the winter season. No work has been occurring since the end of December, just from a status standpoint. Due to seasonal shutdown, obviously we had a weird winter this year. We probably could have worked a little bit if we would have had everything in place, but normally we don't work in the winter months. So the numbers I'm presenting to you tonight are kind of current as of December 31st of 2023. Through the end of 2023, there's been approximately 28,500 properties where excavation was performed in the city, residential properties. Of those 28,500, approximately 10,500 properties had a service line replaced. So
just under 30%, or just over 30%, sorry, across the city in the residential properties of the ones we touched had to have a service line replaced that was either non-copper. That leaves approximately 1,800, 1,900 properties that had yet to been touched by the end of the calendar, or for exploration. But in the last couple months of 2023, we were able to go to approximately 1,000 homes and dig up and identify what the material is at the property line itself. And of those 900 or 1,000, roughly 220 properties we identified that need to have that are were non-copper. So there's still some properties in the city where we have not been able to get consent from the property owner to do the work for a variety of reasons. And so we want to make sure we continue to work on that. Over the years, the city has made great progress doing the service line replacements. Roe has been involved, like I said, since 2019. We weren't involved with the earlier part, but over the last few years, we've been made some great progress getting down to the last several hundred, hopefully, properties where service line replacement is needed, or maybe needed, depending on the excavation. So again, the numbers are really relatively small compared to the overall city, which is good to see. From a restoration standpoint, obviously that was something that was a little bit falling behind over the last few years, but over the last couple years, that we made up a good progress on restoration of the properties in the city where service line replacement had been done. We've identified approximately 4,300 properties across the city, got work done in the last couple years, and we have roughly 1,800 properties that we feel still need some form of restoration left to do. So when you look at the overall number in the city of approximately 29 to 30,000 residential properties, we're talking just a few hundred, hopefully, of properties that still need service line excavation to determine what they have, and just under 2,000 properties that still need some form of restoration. Those are kind of some numbers that I wanted to present. I am here to open to any discussion you guys have, questions, and I'll open it up from there. So,
Thank you very much. I forgot to put a time limit on this special order, so if people could limit their remarks to 5 minutes if possible. There is no time limit, but I'm just asking that as a courtesy to our fellow council members. Is there anyone who'd like to discuss? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Can you state how many, again, the number that are refusing, the residents are refusing? Are you saying that was 30-some?
So, I don't want to say the word refusing. I guess if I said that, I apologize. There's a number of properties in the city where there has been some outreach to try to get consent from the property owner to explore their property and identify the material, and so that's not a refuse. I guess I'm not going to say that's a refusal. That's just there's been some outreach, but it hasn't been able to get positive response back. That was roughly 1,900 properties that we identified. Obviously, every day changes and numbers change. Someone will call in now that might not have been responsive in the past type stuff. So those numbers are fluctual, so I can't give you an exact number. So
what's the
roughly 1,900 properties towards the end of 2023 in the residential side.
Now, those are restorations or those are pipe replacements?
Those are trying to identify what the material is of the pipe replacement, right? So the process all along was to try to contact the property owner to set up a time and schedule to do a dig in the property at the right-of-way line and identify what the material is going into the house. That's been the process all along, and there's roughly 1,900, 1,800, 1,900 properties that had yet to get that done as of the end of 20. Well,
I think that's a new number to me. So if outreach is successful and those 1,900 come on board, are we capable of completing those in a timely fashion?
The first step is to dig up around the curb box in the green belt and determine what the material is. And that's a relatively fast process. And if there's nothing, if it's found to be copper and copper, that property's done. So I'm not saying there's 1,900 properties that still have replacements.
Isn't
It's
the
just,
curb box in a right of way, don't we have the ability to do that without their permission? It's everything should be in a right of way, so I'm wondering, why do we have 1,900 that we still can't identify whether or not they agree or not? They're in a right of way, we have the right to dig that up and fix it if we feel that that's a detriment to the community, right? I guess what are we waiting for? If they're not gonna be non-responsive, and refusing was my words, I'm not sure what you used, but the answer's always gonna be no if we don't be assertive and do it ourselves.
can I clarify? I want to clarify that a little bit, my number, okay, if I can. There was 1,900 roughly properties that we were unable to get consent form for, to do the work, to do the full project, okay? I apologize for my not continuing on. Since the end of the calendar year, in October, November, December, we went to approximately 1,000 of those properties to do just a dig up, like you said, at the property line. I apologize for not continuing on. So with that, we were down to about 900 of properties that we hadn't quite got to. So yes, you are correct.
So of those, let's circle back there for a second. Of those 1,000, how many were deemed that needed to be replaced?
Our records show about 220 of those 1,000 that we worked on over the last.
So 25% of them, so potentially we have close to 500 that have lead service lines that still need to be replaced if those numbers go across the board. Okay, I wasn't aware that we had that many. I thought it was substantially less than that. That's disappointing. So we've 1,900 people.
Minus the 1,000 I said we did. I apologize for not continuing my statement. There was roughly 900 properties that we have not touched yet because of
and those 900, we are going to get those done to get a final number soon?
I mean, the goal is to be able to go to every property that the city does not have any record of the material that's left, or the material in the ground. Yes, that's the goal of the program, is to try to get to every single property that's out there, correct?
I'm kind of taken aback. I wasn't expecting that large of a number. Highly disappointing. I'll yield. I know my colleagues have more questions.
Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. And to your point, Councilman Pfeiffer, I believe a big portion of that is the properties over in Smith Village, the new homes, the new builds, and University Park, right?
I do not.
Estates.
I do not believe those numbers are included because those were newer subdivisions and newer developments in the city that are not included in those numbers.
Okay, so if that's the case, why were you guys knocking on those doors? Because you knocked on my door. And I said, no. I already know what kind of pipes I have. I have new pipes. I have the newer pipes. I don't have copper or galvanized pipes. So why were you knocking on people's doors, asking them, and you did dig up some of the yards over in Smith Village, as well as over in University Park Estates. So answer that question, why? If you already know that those are newer homes, why would you dig up those properties?
As part of the requirements of the settlement case, we had a list of properties that we had to go knock on the doors and to try to identify the material. Some of those were in University Park, some of those were in Smith Village, and so that's why we went to those properties.
You knocked on all of the doors. I was getting calls. And I guess my thing is, if you already know that those properties do not have lead or galvanized pipes, why? I mean, I didn't understand that. And you just said that those properties were not included.
They're not included in the numbers I'm saying are remaining to be identified.
So you've already wiped out those properties and already have noted that those properties have, they're not
Yes, that is correct.
galvanized.
Yes. At first, we were required, the city was required to go to the University Park, Smith Village areas and attempt to knock on doors and schedule an attempt to identify the materials. That was in the original list of properties that the city had to do investigations to. Since then, we were able to identify that we don't have to go to those. So those, in my numbers I'm reporting of remaining, those are not in there.
Yeah, but we had already ruled those properties out back in, 2018, 2019. Those properties were already ruled out, that you didn't have to go to those properties. So I didn't even understand why you guys were wasting time knocking on those doors. That was a waste of time. You could have been in other areas of some of the other wards where, there was a higher concentration of lead pipes. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. Hello. Can you give me, because we're hearing the numbers, how many service lines need to be replaced?
So I don't have an exact number on that.
Roundabout.
So
ballpark.
yeah, if you don't mind me going there, the average across, I'm just gonna use this way to start with. The average across the city is about 32% of all residential properties across the city had needed a pipe replacement of the ones that were done to date. So if I use those same general percentages, because until we dig up at the actual property and see what's there, it's hard for us to identify.
Yep, I get the
But
excavation
if I say there's
process and the model
if I say there's 900 properties that we have yet to identify, and if you use roughly 30% of that, I'm drawing a blank, 300 roughly, and then we identified another 219 from the first 1,000 that we did that we
that's about
identified. So there's
519.
if the percentages remain the same across the remaining houses, there's roughly 500 properties, I would think, that probably need a pipe replacement.
So more or less. Well, I want to give you, I have an address with the resident at 2754, has been trying to get their service lines replaced.
Okay, so just, and we appreciate, and I'll write that down.
And they have emailed, they have contacted that phone
Yep.
number, and they have get the lead out.
Yep.
Numerous times they have contacted. So
I got, yeah,
some people are slipping through the park and through the cracks.
Yeah. Well, like I
He
said,
has a tree, a big tree in front of his home. And so the tree is gonna have to be removed. And he wants to sell his home. He can't sell it because the service line on the deed, you have to have it replaced. It has to be looked at and checked, 2754 Norbert Street. Also, the phone lines. Have you fixed your phone line issue? When people call those phone lines, it will hang up on you, it will disconnect on you, people cannot get through.
yeah, so, I forget what month, somewhere in the middle of 23, I apologize, I don't mind, a third-party call center was retained, and all of the calls that come in go to a 24-hour answering machine, or answering system now. They log the calls and they send them back to us to log, or to process in there. So that, the fact that the phone lines were having issues in the port, that I believe since, again, middle of 23-ish, that's been resolved.
So
yes.
it's, okay.
Yep.
How many restorations do we have?
So, since Roe's been on board in 2019, because restorations are being handled a lot earlier than us, we've only helped out, I'm sorry, we
How
started
many
doing.
is left?
Yep. So
They only
what
give us, we got
Yep.
5 minutes, and it's not
Yep.
enough.
So what we've roughly numbers about 1,900 properties still needs.
So 1,900 for
still-
restoration.
Still needs some form of restoration.
Okay, and that number has been fluctuating. Okay, and Goyette, have you paid for Goyette to do service line replacements? And if you did, how much? Road restoration.
So since Roe has been on board, Goyette has not been part of anything that Roe has been involved with. So if there's a question regarding Goyette, I'm gonna have to defer to somebody else because we haven't had them on our contracts, so.
Oh, okay. So I want to go back. So we have approximately, because there are still people asking about restoration. And we also, the street cuts.
Yep.
Our streets are horrible. Does that, or when you speak of restoration, are you saying street cuts and grass? Because some people refuse to do their own grass.
Right.
And their sidewalks. So are you saying that's a combination of everything?
Yes, because when I reference properties, 1,900 properties roughly, they could be just the streets cut, or it could be just the grass, or it can be a combination of the street cut and the grass. I'm just using the property as a whole is what's remaining, so.
Okay, because we have a lot of street cuts and curbs. Matter of fact, I've got some emails today about street cuts and curbs that have not been replaced. So I think I know we don't have a DPW director, but that number have fluctuated all the way up to, I think, like 8,500. And I just don't believe that number is an accurate number with still, when you drive up and down, I don't even call them streets, and you look at the curbs, it's almost every street there was a restoration.
Yeah.
At some point, it has not been repaired. And then also the curbs are missing, and it's a problem. And so I think that number, we don't have a DPW director, and this is just not enough time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy, go ahead.
I ain't gonna even lie. I am confused from the meeting I just left out of. You ain't gotta give me no body language. I got this. So I would have preferred for you to, if you knew you was gonna have present to us today, to have something on hard copy, some data, so that we could look at some numbers. Cause I'm a visual, I like to look while you talking, cause verbalizing what you saying to me, I just would have preferred for you to come, if you knew you was coming before city council, come with some numbers so I can see actually, because I was sitting here taking notes while you was speaking to the other colleagues, and you was kind of all over the place to me with numbers. So is part of the reason why we not able to complete this halfway fixed man-made disaster with the service line replacement, because residents is refusing to allow you guys to come in, because I know we was in violations of the consent agreement to finish. And I know part of the problem being residents not allowing you guys to come inside to change. So is that part of the problem?
So the process, to answer that question, the process has been that if any property that we want to go and try to identify what material of their service line is, we need to first ask for them for consent to allow us to do that work, and then we would proceed in scheduling the work and performing the work. So part of the remaining addresses are people who have declined us doing that work, to say, I don't want it done. And the other part is people just that haven't responded back to one or two or three of the calls or door knockings that's had.
So it's really a complicated situation why we keep saying the mayor the mayor, the mayor, the mayor, and I know he is the mayor, and we sometimes tends to blame the mayor all the time, and I know he do have to take the heat because he is the mayor, but if the residents is not allowing people to come in and change the service lines, that's one thing. But
Yeah,
on
that has stopped us from doing some of the work, correct?
Is there, excuse me, point of order.
Mr. Woodson, what's your point?
I'm trying to concentrate, but I can't
Mr. Woodson,
concentrate because
please. That's all right. We can hear you up here. Thank you. Please. Go ahead.
The restoration piece. What is what is, in your opinion, the reason why the restoration, the 1900, who fault is that?
I don't have any way to push fault on restoration. Over the last couple of years that Roe has been involved with the restoration side of it, we've made tremendous progress. The contractor that's out there has made tremendous progress on trying to catch up on all of the service lines that had work done in the past where restoration was not completed. So I can't comment on what happened prior to Roe being involved, but like I said, over the last couple of years with LGC and their crews, we've made tremendous progress across the city to try to catch up on the restoration.
So to execute this, what do you need from us in order to resolve this situation, to move forward and make these homes that's with the restoration whole, and then the service lines, that's a whole nother issue that I don't really want to get into now because it's almost like I'm hearing two different things when it comes down to this restoration. And I'm not pleased with what he's saying and what I just heard.
Is there anyone else? Okay, I'll take a few minutes. Is it possible for us to get a written report from you?
Yeah, I believe so. On a somewhat of a regular basis, we provide these numbers to city staff.
Could you copy it to our city clerk so that they can be forwarded to us? You can just do it.
Yeah, I'll confirm. We have numbers that we send out all the time. I want to make sure, and there's, unfortunately, everybody asks for a different set of numbers, and so but I will make sure that I'll work with city administration and city attorney office, and we'll make sure you guys get numbers. I assume that are published. So.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for coming.
Right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we get another round of 2 minutes, please?
Sure, go ahead. Another round of 2 minutes.
Over the sidewalk.
Mr. Murphy, I'm as confused as you are, because the statement that the city attorney just put out in the contempt after we got what's that? Oh.
I'm sorry, so why?
After we just got basically put in contempt of court, the city attorney put out a statement stating that there were 30 line replacements. Now, if we know that there's already 200 plus that you've dug up, how can that be a factual statement?
And I'm not sure exactly how to answer this properly, but and the city attorney has the same numbers that I do overall. I think we're talking about two different things a little bit. I believe, and maybe I don't want to go too far with this, but I believe he's talking about strictly related to the settlement case, and I'm talking about actual physical boots on the ground work. Does that make sense a little bit on how that is?
No, not really. So I guess we can circle back to that. I don't have much time. The 1,800 or 2,000, whatever that number is for restorations, that obviously doesn't include any of the 900 that you still need to dig up?
Correct.
We're up Schitt's Creek, man. I don't understand. How do these numbers seem to be going up from the last time we went through this, and we the numbers don't seem like they've moved. And I'm not blaming you, I'm speaking aloud, but this seems like this is a never-ending money pit, and we don't seem to get anything done. I mean, we had 2,000 restorations, I swear, the last time a restoration contractor came before us. I don't, what do we, I don't know. My time's up.
Is there anyone else in this round?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to make a motion that we have another special order to bring all necessary parties to the table to deal with this water restoration issue at the next finance committee.
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to have a special order to have all responsible, all people involved in restoration. Is that correct, Mr.? I want to make sure I get this written. I'm just trying to get clarification on the wording, on the motion.
Whatever, if my
Please.
colleagues feel some more stuff need to be added in there.
No, I'm just trying to get clarification.
And I'm
on it. Okay.
responding to you.
Okay, okay.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm saying.
Mr. Mitchell, we had a discussion this afternoon. Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I'm just trying to do a special order to try to bring all of this together because in my mind, I'm getting conflicting information when it comes down to the water. And what you just came up here and presented is not what I thought I heard behind closed doors. So that being said, we need to figure out a roadmap to a clear understanding so that we can understand where we at on everything number-wise. So I just want to do a special order on the next finance committee meeting so that we could address whether it's service lines, restoration, and funding. And I think that might be clear to answer your question.
Okay.
Because we got 3 things going on. One, we need to,
Thank you. Mr. Murphy, I can order that without a vote, if that's okay. We can have that put on the agenda for finance without a vote.
okay.
So,
Okay,
Ms.
that's fine.
Ms. Donahue, if you could have that on there, and then we could have Mr. Edwards, if we could get all related parties available for the Finance Committee on April, I believe it's the 6th. It might be the 3rd.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead. It's the 3rd, April 3rd.
I would like to be next.
Go ahead. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. That's why I didn't go in the back. I like to be transparent because now we see there's conflicting information. And it needs to be transparent because your numbers are always different. And here's the thing, we can get access to I read the court cases. I get them from the NRDC, I read them. And so therefore, I'm reading for myself. And so those are significant differences if we're talking with the press release did state that there were 30. You're stating, I think, 519, and then almost 1,900 restorations, and the 519 was assuming that the percentages stay the same. And so what I would like to see when you come before us the next time, if you could please have solid numbers, as close as you can to, if you have to use the estimation, but if we can have actual figures so that we'll know how far and how close we are, because the city was held in contempt. Judge Lawson made it very clear that there was no good reason that the service lines were not replaced. And it took him 9 months to give his opinion. 9 months to give his opinion. We were supposed to be done by July 31st, 2023, and we had 3 or 4 extensions. And it was not done, and it's still not done, and we still don't have numbers. Your numbers are all over the place. And I would like to see solid numbers, because at this point, they were threatening to charge the city, I believe what the NRDC request was $500 per day as a fine for the city not having them complete. And that's a lot of money. And if we're looking for 1 year, that's about $180,000, I believe. So I would like to, when you come back, if you could please have that information. Solid numbers.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Yes, I have
Go
a
ahead.
question. So how much is it for an exploration of each yard?
I don't have
Roughly.
I don't have the contractor's unit prices in front of me, so I apologize for that. There is a difference in price of the contractor just digging up at the property,
Right.
at the curb stop to identify materials. And then there's a different price if they discover that it's lead, or I'm sorry, non-copper, I'll use the word non-copper,
Right.
on the private side versus the public side, or both sides, as we call it. So the prices, I wish I would have had the unit prices in front of me. I don't have those, so I hate to give you a rough number at this time, because it varies depending on what type of excavation it is.
Okay.
So,
Right.
So 1,700 to about 2,900, I think is what it is.
Right. Thank you.
Any other? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time, and hopefully we'll see you on the April 3rd. Okay. I will entertain ma'am, I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Support with any separation.
There's a motion on the floor by Ms. Worthing, seconded by Mr. Murphy, to approve the consent agenda. Is there any separations? Let me grab my paper real quick so I can mark them. Okay, go ahead. It was
Yes.
buried. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to separate, resolution 240000.
Okay? Is that it?
Also, 240089, the reallocation of ARPA funds for the BIPOC Emerging Developer Program. The, resolution 240097, the contract with One C Tree Services, tree removal, impact and sidewalks. And resolution, 240098, the contract JNE. JNE Tree Service, tree removal, impact and sidewalks. Resolution 240099, contract KMI road maintenance sidewalk replacement. Resolution 240100, reallocation of ARPA funds for property disposition, staffing, new economic development program manager, 3 position. And, resolution 240102, opium settlement funding for the Amalams EMT unit, Flint Fire Department. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam-
Go ahead. I heard Mr. Pfeiffer.
240078, in 24088.
Okay, go ahead. Is that who you wanted? Anything else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
240075.
Is that it?
No, 240101. And then I think they separated everything else I wanted to separate.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
did we get everything we needed for 240096? Let's separate that one too. We may as well.
Okay, everything's separated.
Mhm.
Make a note. All right, we'll go to this first separated resolution, 240000. I will entertain a motion.
Yes, I would like to keep resolution 240000, the assistance of the City of Flint residents foreclosure and possible evictions and finance.
Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Murphy, supported by Ms. Burns, to keep resolution 240000 in finance. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And the reason why I want to keep this in this finance, because I have not read the legal opinion of the, and based on what I did read, it seems that it may not be clear what we can and can't do with this specific. And I also attended the Civil Rights Commission hearing that they just had at Mott, where legal services have been working with the residents that lost their property through that bulk sale of 190 properties. So from hearing some of legal service of Eastern Michigan dilemma, I think there is some room for us to be able to assist, and I want to just keep this here so that we can be able to do a little further research with what's the possibilities. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
It's Dr. Lewis.
thank you. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to call the question. Is there support? There's support. Sorry, I got the wrong number here. Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk. This is to call the question.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? I didn't.
That was supported by Ms. Worthings.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because I would like it to go to special affairs where we can talk about it with Mr. Kim, who actually wrote the legal opinion. Leaving it here doesn't make sense, so I say no. I abstain.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. We will now vote on keeping resolution 240000 in finance.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because we should have been afforded the right to ask questions before call for the question was asked.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, 1 abstention. That will remain in finance. Just for an information, Mr. Pfeiffer, Mr. Kim is on vacation next week and will not be here. Next resolution is 240075. I'll entertain a motion.
I move 240075 council.
It's been moved by Ms. Worthing.
Support.
Who has supported it?
Liddell.
Okay, it's been moved by Ms. Worthing, seconded by Dr. Lewis to move to council. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
I just want to hear what Ms. Dorr wants to say.
I'm just very excited to have people here from the agency who wanted to answer some questions, so.
Through the chair, may they come forward?
Yep, go ahead, come on up. Ms. Worthing, your time is going.
Huh?
Did you want to?
Yeah, actually, oh, you have something for us? You can give them to the clerk. Yep. Welcome.
Thank you.
What are the funds specifically going towards? And before you answer, I just want to say that a lot of my students go to Mott Children's. Even throughout high school, my own children have been at Mott Children's. So I'm just interested in hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jeff House, and I am the Director of Child and Adolescent Health Services for Mott Children's Health Center. We are, in 2022, there were 996 live births and 21 infant deaths. This is unacceptable. Infant mortality rate in 2021 in the United States was 5.4. In Michigan was 6.2. In Genesee County, it was 7.7. And in Flint proper, it was 13.3% rate.
15.
Yeah. Sorry. Newborns whose mothers do not receive prenatal care are 5 times more likely to die than a newborn whose mother received prenatal care. 3 in 5 maternal pregnancy-related deaths could be prevented no matter when they occur. In 2022, there were 996 live births in the city of Flint, 601 to black mothers and 359 to white mothers. 63% of the white mothers received prenatal care versus 54% of black mothers in Flint receiving prenatal care. Between 2020 and 2022, there were 3,144 live births in the city of Flint. 480 of those babies were under 5.5 pounds when they were born, and 88 of those were under 3 pounds. Flint has the highest 3-year moving average of infant maternal mortalities in the state, 4 points higher than Detroit. The 3-year moving average from 2019 to 2021 for the infant mortality rate for white mothers was 11, and for black mothers it was 15. Sudden infant deaths, according to the CDC, the top 5 leading causes of infant mortality in the United States are birth defects, preterm births and low birth weights, sudden infant death syndrome, injuries, and maternal pregnancy complications. Preterm births is the leading cause of low birth weights, and infants of mothers who do not receive prenatal care are 3 times more likely to have low birth weight. Infants born at a low birth weight have an increased risk of developing health problems later in life, such as diabetes, high blood pressure, or heart disease. Studies have shown that the quality prenatal care in the beginning of the pregnancy can decrease the chances of infant mortality and low birth weight. We did some research And the problem is not the lack of obstetricians in Flint or in Genesee County, but the problem is access to that care and education. Mott Children's Health Center's comprehensive maternal and infant health program will address the high infant mortality rate in Flint by focusing on education, access of prenatal services, and addressing the main causes of infant mortality. This collaborative initiative includes community partners to ensure all wraparound services needed for healthier pregnancies, births, and infants. A foundational element of this program will be the scalability and mobility of the service. Creating an ambulatory component will improve access to prenatal and maternal services throughout the city. This will address the lack of trust and access to maternal and pre- and postnatal services for young and adolescent women living in poverty. This comprehensive program will include education, training,
Just to let you know, my time is going to be up, but someone else may give you the
I'm
floor.
sorry.
I didn't want you to be alarmed.
Dr. Lewis?
Madam Chair, thank you. You may proceed on my time.
Thank you so much. I will speed it up. This comprehensive program will include training, education, medical care, health screenings, and social screenings. Educational components incorporate pre- and post-maternal, physical, and mental health, infant care, safety, nutrition, as well as breastfeeding and lactation services, and child development. We will create and implement a community outreach and partnership campaign. These efforts will result in a collaborative referral network, assuring that we reach the targeted population. The funding through this grant will permit a maternal and child program in collaboration with Hurley Hospital, Michigan State's Pediatric Public Health Initiative, and the Genesee Health Department. These programs are designed to be scalable and incorporate the social determinants of health to provide access to education to young pregnant women in Flint. This is an essential part of a comprehensive pre- and postnatal and maternal child care strategy. The Mott Maternal and Infant Clinic will work with all community partners in creating a collaborative, cross-organizational approach that addresses cultural, educational, and individualized care for each pregnant woman and their family. And also, we will assist with social determinants of health and developing support systems for the pregnant mom and dad. I would love to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. So, would you like to add anything? No. No? Okay. All right, thank you. Mhm.
Okay, Mr. Murphy?
So, this document right here,
Yes, sir.
5 minutes before the meeting, you guys presenting us with a document that y'all want us to read, right? Through
I basically
you wanna,
just-
is this document is dealing with the funding that you guys are requesting?
Yes, it is. But I
Okay.
basically.
So, for the record, I think it would be way more appropriate to give us these documents prior to 5 minutes before a committee meeting to look at. Especially if you want me to vote on how much they asking for?
490,000.
Y'all asking for $490,000.
Yes.
You give me a document 5 minutes prior to the meeting that you want me to speed read through, I guess, and get ready and vote on and send this to council.
Sir, may I speak? We were
Yes.
requested last week to come to this meeting to present this. I just read you the first page. The other ones are letters of recommendation by Hurley Hospital, Dr. Mona, and all of our other community partners. That is all that is in your packet. It is not the whole grant. I can definitely
Madam.
provide that for you if you would like.
All right, thank you. I have no more questions.
Madam Chair. I appreciate you guys coming here this evening. I think I can speak personally for me. We are getting a lot of, basically, it sounds like the same programs that we are funding with 6 or 7 different organizations. And it seems like it's all repetitive and all doing the same thing. I guess I got a problem with it because House of Esther came before us and we wouldn't give them the time of day. And for basically minimal amount of money, which basically does everything that we've thrown millions at. And no offense, but you know, we've got letters of recommendation before, and it's the same people recommending the same things. The problem I have with this is we can't determine which of the programs that we have funded was the successful one if we fund 12 of them that do the exact same thing. So how are we going to determine if this program is successful versus RX Kids versus the breastfeeding one, the 2 breastfeeding ones that we did? Like, at some point, some of these organizations have to be accountable to what results you're going to provide for these dollars. And I don't know if, because this resolution doesn't get into specificities, so how do we determine, and what metrics are we going to be able to determine if yours is successful? And how do we know that RX Kids or the other program, 3 or 4 of them that we've done, where they were the actual ones that were successful and yours were? You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Do you want to answer this?
Would you like to answer? Feel free. Yeah.
Those are great questions. So the main issue is whether we are treating infant mortality rate.
Real quick, for the record, can you state your name?
Oh, I'm so sorry. My name's Jennifer Thornquist. I'm the clinic manager of our school-based clinics at Mott. And I've been working on this project for a while because it ties into our school-based, and we're seeing so many pregnant teens at the school. So we thought this would be a great way to provide additional services.
Can you speak closer to the mic? Thank you.
Do you need me to repeat what I said? My name is Jennifer Thornquist. Okay. So you bring some great points, and ultimately the main purpose of these programs is to treat infant mortality rate. And I understand the concern from a scientific approach, how do we know which ones are treating it and how to keep that funding. This program is unique in the way that no patient will have any costs. So this is a not free program. Insurances will be billed, but this program no patients will have any costs. And this will just be a startup cost to get this program started. Mott can support it and carry it for 10, 20 years. So we're only asking up for the startup costs of this to provide all the services that we mentioned. Anything about that?
And Mr. Pfeiffer, you raised some great questions I cannot answer for you because I do not know what measuring criteria that other people are doing.
We don't know either, sir.
Oh, well, but you are asking me what ours are. So what we are measuring is the time of the pregnancy and when we get this person, and we follow these moms for 1 year after postpartum, as well as we also are a pediatric center, so we'll be caring for the child because we become their PCP if the family chooses that. If they choose another doctor, we work with every doctor here. So we will be running quarterly and annual statistics on how many deaths happened from the patients that we've seen, how quickly in the pregnancy did they start getting prenatal care, because by definition, if a woman does not get any prenatal care till her 3rd trimester, she automatically is a high-risk pregnancy.
What about the children born at McLaren or anywhere else that are residents of the city? How do we determine? I'll wait for my second round.
I don't know that because I don't control that. I can only control.
But you're a doctor, sir. You're supposed to know everything.
Thank you, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I'm not a doctor.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And Ariel,
I'm,
thank you, I'm on my time. If he can be, just keep it cool. Thank you for coming so we can get our questions answered. Infant mortality rate is always something, and healthy babies is something that I will always support. Your program, is Councilman Pfeiffer has stated, and I think it's a great it is with My Children's Health.
Yes.
And so, my question, and it has not in pertaining to you, this is another program which I like to kind of, this is affiliated with RX Kids, am I correct?
It is not.
No, it's not?
No, but,
Will you be working with RX Kids?
yes, and RX Kids knows about this and wants to refer their pregnant moms to this program.
Okay.
So we are in partnership with them, only in a collaboration, no operational.
No operational, but it is connected, so you're networking or you're working together?
Yes.
Okay, and I wish that we had the House of Esther, which is a maternity house. I wish that could have been provided. We have the donor who still comes to city council meetings and who was going to pay. They wanted, House of Esther to bake cupcakes. And you're asking for $490,000, and it will probably pass, and they didn't want to give them a building that someone else was going to pay for. You know, when we.
excuse me, ma'am, this is your first warning.
Wow.
Thank you for the warning. Go ahead.
So, when I look at your program, and it is very apparent to me, and it has nothing to do with your program, that it depends on who presents it, and it's kind of like a who you know to who gets the money. Because I thought, and I still believe, the House of Esther is a great program because they still do outreach.
I do too. I agree with you.
Thank you for that.
100% I do.
Thank you
We
for
fought for them. We were actually looking for other places that they could do that too, because it is a very needed service in this community.
Thank you. And it is a very needed service. And when pregnant teens, if you're a teen, you're getting pregnant, it's not on purpose. So generally,
Right.
and it goes into a whole other issue of your demographics, poverty, availability for resources, the home environment. A lot of these are issues that happen within the home. And then the last thing that generally pregnant teens worry about, generally they don't talk about it until it's second trimester or third trimester that you're learning that they're pregnant, because a lot of them are hidden because there's a how do I tell my family. And so, yeah. So and people make mistakes, young ladies and young men, because it takes two to make a baby. You know, no child is born without having a father. And so, RL, thank you for that, but shh. So, House of Esther has observed teen mothers for years. So their program is not new. They were having the same component, University of Michigan, they were having early nurses, but the teen moms lived in a facility with 21 rooms that they were able to live there.
And our plan would be to take our program to an organization like that, or have a OB clinic at maybe the Boys and Girls
If you can
Club
hold on
or
just a second. Davina, can I get my 15 seconds back, please? Because, thank you. Are you okay now, Judy?
I was just going to remind RL of our discussion this afternoon that please to be not disruptive. Go ahead. RL, please, this is going to be your last time with a please. The next time will be a warning. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So, can I get my 15 seconds back? Yeah. Madam Deputy Clerk and, yeah, okay, thank you. So, your program, and I'm glad that you know of House of Esther, because many people didn't, like it was a program that didn't exist. It is to reach the people in it. A lot of it is groundwork too. You not only have to be in the schools, because the schools, the girls, they really don't tell you. I've been in the high school, actually mentored at Hamilton High School for like 4 or 5 years at Hamilton High School. And as we mentored with the Sister Seeking Success, the young girls, we were able to give them skills and to work with them. We only have one pregnant mom, a young mom, and then we still keep up with them. And after all these years. But it is important that we get to them, all of them, not just some, but all of them. And that, to me, is why we need to have more than one program. Networking, you network with RX Kids. We should be having something on here for House of Esther. This program through my Children's Center, you see the value in House of Esther. I've seen the value, and I still see the value, and I see the value in yours.
And we take
But when
care
you're
of those
coming and
needs.
asking, you're coming and ask for 490,000, and you're gonna get it. House of Esther has been here begging, pleading, for money. and
Request for
has-
information.
What's your point?
Through to the speaker, did House of Esther apply for ARPA funding?
So. when
That's
we-
an improper point. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Judy, thank you. And so, I thank you for coming here because I so deeply care about these young mothers. Because these type of programs can change the trajectory of these young people's lives so that we break that chain. And it has to be broken. And that's my first round.
Thank you. Any other?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Thank you. And thank you guys for coming. I have a question. I don't think you mentioned that with the funds, how many mothers or young pregnant women are you going to reach?
It is unlimited because
It's
we do
unlimited.
yes, we would not cap that. Any young pregnant woman, as long as we have capacity with enough physicians and stuff to provide quality care, we would not maximize it.
And do they have to have medical insurance?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
What we'll
so
have-
it's totally free.
Well, no, I gotta clarify that.
Okay.
It is free to the mom or the family. We bill all insurance companies and we take that payment as payment in full. And we have permission from the United States government to do that. So nobody that is serviced at Mott Children's Health Center pays a copay or a deductible. No family goes without. In this program, if they do not have insurance, we have an insurance specialist already embedded in our team that will work with them to get that child insurance, the infant, baby, and the mother. So we will do that work with them. That's what I mean about social determinants of health and transportation and meeting them where they're at. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so, did I hear you say that you're also networking with RX Kids, and you're probably are going to use some of the parents or the mothers from RX Kids will also come to you guys for service, right?
That is our goal. Anyone who wants to come here for service, yes.
Okay.
Whether it's RX Kids or it's any other individual.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Can I say, I just want to
Yes.
give a success story.
Go ahead.
So currently, we just developed a safe infant program where we teach safe sleeping practices, safe feeding practices and lactation, safe car seats, and then we also have a PhD maternal child counselor. We started these classes, actually last week was our first class. One parent group showed up, and they were so overwhelmed, and I will tell you that these parents, the new mother who had a 3-day-old and the father, were less than 16 years old. Their grandparents, or their parents, the grandparents, came also, and we spent, it'll be a total of 4 hours with them, and then they can come back at any time to teach them so that they are not afraid of what's happening with their child and they know safe practices for infants. We're continuing that anyway, and we will be growing that program. We also are taking it scalably, like to the Boys and Girls Club and stuff, so we can meet these families where they are at. However, during the class, of course, we have a car seat that we're giving out and a pack and play. And the mother of the child said, I have one, we don't need that. And our staff said, but Dad doesn't, and you don't live together. And the dad started to cry. And the dad's mother started to cry and said, we are never, dads normally are not included in this. And this young man is so impressive that he's that age and still wants to be part of his family. That is what this program is also going to foster, that education as well as family units and helping with all of their social determinants of health. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the first round? I'm going to take some time here. You know, I've read all of the grant applications that come before us. I've studied them, and I've not seen any duplications of services. And I've seen a lot of services that enhance others. The breastfeeding network enhances your service as
Yes.
well as RX Kids in different ways. So I just want to be clear that I don't see any duplication of services. And I do love what Mott Children's Health Clinic does.
Thank you.
My mother was a newborn nursery nurse at Hurley, as well as she was one of the first nurses in the NICU when they started. You know, so they were really happy to save a 2-pound baby at the time. Now they save babies under a pound. So although I don't have any children myself, I love to see this program, and so I am supporting it. I've supported it from the first time I read it. Maternal fetal health is very important. I have a niece who I keep telling should become a NA, or she's a nurse, and she's not a PA.
An NP.
Nurse practitioner, NP,
Yes.
NP in fetal health and maternal health. And I think that would be great, and she would be a great fit for her, but she's going another direction. So, but I do hope that you really push the breastfeeding network for these individuals. I understand, especially when you're young, that you might not want to do it, but it's so much healthier for the children. So,
We do have a collaboration with YOLO, and we also have 2 lactation consultants employed by us. One of them is a dietitian, and one is our speech-language pathologist.
wonderful, wonderful. Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go into our second round.
Madam Chair.
I heard Dr. Lewis first.
Yep, that's fine.
I'll yield to a colleague in the ninth ward.
Okay, I'll put you
Either
down
way.
next. Go ahead.
Thank you. When you were reading off the statistics, I was wondering, do you know the percentage of those mothers that don't receive prenatal care in Flint, their age? Like, are they young mothers?
For those ones specific of the, who were getting prenatal care, we didn't have that on the government websites. I could not find that information, but there is a breakdown of the women by age of who's giving birth, of how many per age group. And I can send that information to you, but for prenatal, we weren't able to find that information.
Okay. I'm going to assume many were, because I believe that sometimes the young mothers are late to say that they're pregnant, and then family doesn't find out till way late. And maybe that could be like an education thing too, besides, you know, all the other sex ed that they receive, because it is important for the baby and the mom. Like, that's a lot to go through all at once, not just for the young women, but their families as well. I don't see a duplicate in services either, and I would be remiss if I did not support such a wonderful program here in Flint. I have several friends who are nurses at Hurley, and Dr. Mona she has been wonderful here in Flint, helping the children, getting out the word, RX Kids, and to have her recommendation means a lot. I'm excited to see more help. I knew about these statistics, and I actually stated them for RX Kids. It's a shame that some were not all in support for that program, and maybe not everyone will be in support for this one, but it is a huge need in this community, that pregnant mothers get the help that they need to have healthy babies. So I will definitely support this moving to council, and when it goes to council, I will be approving this resolution. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair.
Dr. Lewis first.
Thank you.
Wait, can she say what she was going to say with the rest of my 2 minutes?
Oh, yep, if you haven't used up your time.
Yeah, she can use mine, that's fine.
Oh, you can do it, you use your time.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to add, you mentioned how hard it is for these pregnant moms to sometimes tell their families. And a part of this program will be able to refer to a behavioral health therapist that can help either the young mom have this conversation or bring the whole family in to have this conversation. So we're offering support on multiple levels. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call the question.
Madam Chair, wasn't that her point of order? Didn't Dr. Lewis just state that the young lady could use her time? So yeah. She just stated that she could use her time.
She still has 4 minutes left in her time.
Yeah, but so she can call the question within
It's
that.
her discussion time.
I'm not talking to Eva Worthing. I'm talking to you, Madam Chair.
It's her discussion time. It's her time so she can call the question. There is a.
I did have more questions. I'll come out there and ask you.
There is a call question. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to call the question. Roll call vote, please. Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
What?
Point of order.
What was that?
Point of order.
What's your point? Was that from Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mr. Jones. Make sure it's off, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Go ahead, continue with the roll call.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because I did support RX Kids, and I wanted to have some more questions for you, but I'm not afforded that at this point.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is,
Excuse me.
the vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. This is the vote on sending 240075 to council.
Ms. Burns?
Yes, coming out.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because of $500,000 and we can't talk about it is unresponsible.
Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
I abstain. I agree with Pfeiffer. We need to be able to talk about it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to change my vote.
Yes, ma'am.
I abstain.
The vote is 4 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions.
Madam Chair?
Just, the vote is 4 yes, 1 no, 3 abstentions. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Motion to keep this in finance.
There's motion on the floor to keep in finance. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved by Mr. Pfeiffer, seconded by Mr. Murphy to keep resolution 240075 in finance. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. It is unfair when my colleagues will shut down discussion for something that's so very important. It's unfair and it shouldn't be done because we have children who were born, who were part of the water crisis, who are having children at this time. You know, so those teens, we take 10 years ago, if they were 6, they're 16, they're gonna be moms Yeah, and there's so much that needs to be talked about, and this is our time. Committee is where we come to do the work. It's where we come to do the work. And to close and shut down conversation should never be done when we're talking about healthy babies, and especially children who were poisoned who are having babies now. Because lead doesn't leave the body, I believe. And there's no acceptable amount of lead in the body. So, my question, did you ever work with Revive? You work with House of Esther. Did you ever work with Revive Center?
I'm not familiar with Revive.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you stated the 490,000 was the initial, and so how much does it take to run this program per year?
What would happen, it would depend on census, is what it would. But once the startup of this program is in all of the policies, procedures, educational tools all have been developed, that's what this money is for. We will maintain this after that. So it is a sustainable program.
Okay, and so all hospitals do track. I've got some friends who worked in hospitals. So all hospitals do the program, the tracking program, which is Vera, is that correct? Yes. And so all data is tracked and it goes to Lansing. So what does Vera track for you?
You're the data. She's the data queen. She loves that stuff.
Well, let the data queen speak.
You bet.
I'm not quite sure exactly what they track, because we're only currently Mott Children's is only dealing with children from birth to 21. So
birth to 21 months or 21 years?
21 years. I'm
21
sorry.
years old,
Yeah.
they're adult.
So we're not using that system right now. I do know which system you're talking about, but we're not using that right now, so I don't have that information, but we can get that.
Okay, and if you could, and don't be discouraged, Ms. Sanford Committee, because we have questions. This is the first time we did just get this. I support this. I would like to support, let me say you that and I did support RX Kids.
Thank you.
And I like your working with them. Thank you, Judy.
Yep. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So, obviously, 490,000 probably isn't a final number of what you need for startup. So where else are you getting funding from?
So we are getting funding from Hurley Hospital and from Mott Children's Health Center. Those are the three places.
In what, can you share those numbers of what the total startup costs?
They're in the grant.
I don't have the grant in front of me, sir, but it is in the budget for the grant. I could definitely provide that for you, and we'll send you the whole grant.
Is,
The total, I do know that the total was $800,000 when we were all said and done to get it up and running within the next 2 years, and make it scalable so we can have OB visits elsewhere than just
I can't
at
pronounce it
Mott.
either, so I'm with you.
Right, so, thank you. So, there will be at certain sites that we would have faith-based organizations that we could hold a clinic at, Boys and Girls Club, the health department, and take it where these women are living so that it's more convenient for them.
So you're currently not running any of these services right now?
We, at Mott Children's Health Center, saw 43,000 children last year from birth to 19 years old. So we do not birth babies. We do not work with the mom when they are pregnant. That's where Hurley comes in.
And that's basically children from all of the county?
Yes,
Okay.
all over Genesee County, yes.
So that's gonna-
That live in poverty, if you live in Genesee County, 200% or less of the poverty line. If you live in the city of Flint, it's 400% or less of the poverty line.
So, I asked this to everybody coming before us that serves a larger area. How are you gonna determine and how are you gonna make sure that these dollars only service City of Flint residents?
We are, well, I can't necessarily say that that's going to happen. However, all of these
These
babies,
are ARPA funds. These are only dedicated for the city
but
of Flint.
all of these babies are born at Hurley Hospital, so they are born in the city of Flint and would be where they're being referred to from us. Like I said before, we're not going to refuse any mother that needs care.
No, I'm not saying that you have to refuse them. I'm saying that the ARPA dollars allocated for the city of Flint are for city of Flint residents.
That is right. So when we develop this program, the majority will be city of Flint residents.
Ma'am, this is your second warning.
Serve the city of Flint, don't serve Genesee County. With the tax dollars. Tax dollars is what we're talking about. Tax dollars. I'm barely in my house now because of Bidenomics.
Ma'am, I have given you 2 warnings. I'm asking you to leave this meeting.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Go ahead and sit down for a minute. There's appeal on the ruling of the chair. Is there support?
We're coming back.
Hearing no support, that appeal dies.
I'm gonna have to be in my chair. If y'all be using the diocese, I support.
Point of order.
What's your
She
point?
was not in her chair.
I was on the
And
diocese.
she was not in her chair. And
But
the-
you can be on the
and the-
diocese.
The rules do say that you must be in your seat.
Absolutely.
Oh,
no.
a double standard now. Oh, double standard now.
Now it's in
Double
your seat.
standard now.
The rules in order to vote are
Now
to be
you guys want to
in
go by
your
the rules.
seat.
Point of order.
That appeal died due to a lack of second. Go ahead. We're going back to our
Madam Chair, can I
discussion.
get my 15 seconds back?
Absolutely. How much time was it? 15 seconds, you
Yeah, at
think?
least 15 seconds. That's all I
Okay.
need.
Take it to 30 seconds.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Mr. Woodson is proceeding to talk loud, so I'm bringing him to order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Go
Well,
ahead.
well, I shouldn't
Take
hear
him
it.
to 30.
Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm trying to control this meeting. 30 seconds on the clock, please.
If I could.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Again, Mr. Woodson has been brought to
Mr.
order by
Woodson.
me, proceeding to speak out to
Mr.
you.
Woodson.
Mr. Woodson's going to need a warning.
Please.
Again,
Please, Mr. Woodson, please
Miss-
change the clock to 30
If we,
seconds.
Madam
A point
Chair.
of
Go
order.
ahead, Dr. DeLewis.
Miss Priestley, let's rule on Mr. Woodson receiving his first warning. First warning, I brought him to order as per our rules. Second warning, he proceeded to speak. He yelled out, called the councilwoman in the second ward a moose. That's a warning.
Any council member may bring a member of the audience to order. Mr., this is not a back and forth.
I appeal the ruling.
I did not
If
give
you-
him a warning.
Okay.
But next time, Mr. Woodson, there will be a warning. Just warning. No back and forth.
Yeah.
Point of order.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Okay, Mr.
Point of order.
Miss Dr. Lewis.
He proceeds to yell out derogatory things towards the councilwoman in the second ward.
Point of order. Point of order.
Mr. Woodson, this is your first warning.
No, I appeal the ruling of the chair. I
There's an
appeal the
to the
ruling.
ruling of the chair. Is there support? Is there support?
Support.
There's been a motion, appeal of the ruling of the chair. Go ahead.
No, this is ridiculous. And I'm gonna tell you how ridiculous it is. Instead of the councilwoman in the second ward minding the business up here, she continues to look out there and antagonize the people.
Point of order.
You know, I'm speaking.
So what? Point of order.
What's your point?
Decorum. Decorum.
What's your
point of
And
order?
always talking about decorum.
Excuse me. This meeting will be called to order. She has the right to say point of order, just like everybody else does during other point of orders. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
The young lady in the Dakota shirt continues to yell out.
Hey, no. This is no back and forth. The next time I have to call you to order, there will be a warning.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You do need to warn the councilwoman in the second ward for decorum when she's speaking to her colleague. She had lack of decorum. And as the council president, she should be the first person to have decorum when she was speaking to the council person in the fifth ward.
Dr. Lewis had a point of order. The councilwoman in the fifth ward objected to her point of order. She had the right to the point of order.
Point of order.
What's your
That
point?
gives her no right to say what she said.
Point
What's
of
your
order.
point?
There's an audience member who was asked to leave, still sitting here.
Yes, ma'am, you have been asked to leave. It was not appealed, you must leave. Correct. Okay,
Madam Chair, where are we at?
Pardon?
Where are we at?
We're on an appeal. Go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Now, my point is this. We need to be focused on what's going on up here. Why are we paying so much attention to the audience? Why? And they can talk quietly among themselves. We got council members up here talking among themselves. So, if you're focused on what you're doing, it shouldn't even matter. It shouldn't matter. I just don't get it. And I'll be voting against the chair's ruling to give Mr. Woodson a warning, because his warning is not warranted. It's not. It's unfair. When we have council members sitting up here taunting the audience, antagonizing the audience, residents in the audience.
Are you done?
I'll let you know when I'm done.
Just checked.
I'll let you know. I usually let you know when I'm done. So let's pay attention to what's going on up here. If we're going to give Woodson a warning for speaking to his fellow residents there in the audience, then we need to give Councilwoman Worthen and Councilman Murphy a warning. Wouldn't you think? Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair, can you tell me exactly what he got a warning for? Because I believe you immediately gave him a warning when you're done talking to the clerk. So I didn't even know what he got a warning for.
He received a warning for interrupting and talking about our councilwoman in the second ward.
You heard what he said? What did he say?
I did hear part, yep.
Can
Go
you tell
ahead.
me? I'm sorry, can you tell me what he said?
I don't remember what he said with all the
Request
other
for information.
conversations. Go ahead, what's your request?
Did you understand that he called me a moose? I stated it.
That's not what he got a warning for. I'm trying to figure out what he got a warning for.
Yes, it did.
Go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, honestly, I don't know what he got a warning for, because you immediately gave him a warning after you were speaking to the clerk, so I'm trying to figure out what exactly the warning was given for. I'm just, and you can't even tell me what he got a warning for. I think the whole point of the councilwoman in the second ward was to sit over here and do exactly this. To get residents kicked out over here. That's the only reason why they would be sitting, or why she would be sitting over here, is to further antagonize. Because
Point of order. She continues to yell out.
Yes.
The lady in the Dakota shirt.
I do not want to give out warnings. I do not like giving out warnings. Please do not yell out. One more.
Madam Chair, I think we were doing fine. I think we were, even though we don't agree on the way we were voting or whatever else, we were doing fine. And then all of a sudden, we're getting out of control. So I think we can only attribute it to the constant point of orders and the antagonizing of the constituents and the residents sitting in the audience. I'll be voting against the chair because I don't even know what the warning is for. Nobody can tell me.
Anyone else? Madam Chair. Go ahead, Ms. Burns. I will not be, I'm not in agreement with you. One, your recollection of the sequence of events was inaccurate when it came to giving the warning. And I think you were feeling, in my opinion, pressured by the councilwoman in the second ward. Now, if we talk about people talking, we talk. Councilman Murphy and Eva Worthing have been talking the whole time. And the whole time, and I just learned to tune out what he's saying because he had questions if he's talking with her, that I was still able to talk with my children's health center because it was loud. But it wasn't right. I tune it out because my focus is on the business. My focus is on the business. And then Judy, you were talking to Quincy too. And it was loud. I could hear it. So we can't expect for people to be silent. We can't. If we talk and then we say, everybody out there can't talk and say anything. You do as I say. You know, these are grown-ups. They can talk to each other if it's respectfully. Because if I was to stop every single, and I don't remember your name, but your voice is so very low, but I had to focus on what you were saying, almost like when both of you are talking, like trying to read lips from here, because there was entire time there was conversation. But when you focused on the business and not the people who are in council chambers, you get the work done. It's not a secret that she don't like the people on this side. They flip-flop seats. You know, technically, I think you're supposed to be in your respective seat, according to the Flint City Charter. The second ward councilwoman should not be in that seat. They make up rules as they go.
Request for information.
What's your request?
So does that mean that since she's not in her seat, none of her votes count?
Her vote should not count. It should not count. That's per the Flint City Charter. Now, you are 100% correct. And I'm going to ask the city attorney actually on that, because we've been through this before when she was flip-flopping and sitting in every seat, and it was just a mess. And so the second ward council person needs to be back in her second ward seat. She is not in the 9th ward. She's not. And so chairing the meeting, it is the person who's chairing to keep everyone, and it's a lot going on in these chambers, but to keep everyone and to keep the peace. But she should be in her seat. So her vote shouldn't count. She shouldn't even be recognized because that's not her chair at all. We shouldn't be recognizing her. The chair shouldn't, because she's not in her seat. That is my time.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I served on the charter commission, and there is no section in the charter that state we are assigned a particular seat. And if
Request for information.
What's your request?
It does state in the council rules that you have to be in your seat to vote. Just like I wasn't in my seat to vote, my vote didn't count.
Thank you. You quoted charter. So since you quoted charter, I quoted what you quoted charter. So
Request
now you
for
went from.
information.
What's your request?
To the speaker, do you realize I ran out of time? I could not complete my thoughts, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So this is from the
She went from charter, in the charter that
both apply.
we violating the charter for her not being in her seat to
That's
the
not
rules.
request for information. I didn't state that. You're stating me
That's
incorrectly.
improper.
Thank you. So, secondly, yes, I was down here having a sidebar conversation with Eva Worthy. I will admit to that. But what I find is funny is that when those two over there having sidebar conversations, I ain't never in a conversation. And I bet you any amount of money, they can't say what me and Eva Worthy was down here talking about because they didn't hear it. They just saw me talking to Eva Worthy about whatever. They saw me talking to Judy Priestley about whatever. I ain't ashamed to admit that I do have sidebar conversations with my colleagues.
Request for information. To the speaker, are you using your critical thinking skills?
That is improper.
Point of order.
What's your point?
You cannot use requests for information only to get information to help inform your next vote according to council rules. That was definitely improper. So just wanted to remind.
That's what I ruled. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
It's mighty funny coming from someone that's always talking about somebody else's right, you right, and we yet to hear them use their own brain to think for themselves. But anyways, this is ridiculous that here we are on a resolution 24000 no, not this resolution. We on this resolution for $490,000, and here we is in a back and forth, and this is just ridiculous. Meeting after meeting after meeting, we are going back and forth, and then the audience, I am hearing you guys, regardless of whether y'all think y'all not being heard. So even if y'all is out there having a sidebar conversation, we can hear y'all, and it's to the point to where it become a distraction. But when you trying to think, and I have heard you, Art, and the young lady over there, I have heard you. Now the other people over there, I have not heard y'all. Even if y'all been over there saying something, I have not heard y'all. But it's y'all two that I have heard y'all voice, and I'm not gonna sit up here and act like.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Is there anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go over ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Definitely appreciate it. So it is very unfortunate that we have people that know council rules but come here purposely to disrupt. Yes, I am sitting over here in this seat, but the big reason why I'm sitting over here in the seat, Mr. 8th Ward council person, is because you consistently degrade and try to intimidate women. So the councilwoman in the 8th Ward, yes, when you tell them to shut up and put your hand in their face,
Point of order.
that's what that
Point
looks
of
like.
Order.
What's your point?
Point of order. Madam Chair, first is decorum, And also, she cannot speak to the rules or to the motives of another council member, because without citing that her council member called me a bitch at the last meeting.
It's improper. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
One thing for sure and two things for certain is that it was caught on film, telling somebody to shut up, and you're putting your hand in someone's face. So as I continue to sit here unbossed and unbothered, and I will continue to do so, excuse me.
Excuse
that
me.
You are being brought to order.
That is improper. That's your.
That's fine, but that's your warning. Yeah, he needs a warning.
Point of order.
Miss Dr. Lewis, I am chairing this meeting.
Okay.
However,
Madam Chair, point of order.
what is your point? Who can hear points of order over the audience, guys? That is your second warning. Please leave.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, but I have a point of order beforehand.
What?
You can't stack appeals, so that's not an
No,
appeal.
that is not.
Point of
We'll
order. You
come
can't do
back to
that.
We'll come back to that. But what was your point of order?
Hold on.
Point of order.
I have the floor for
He's
a point
still
of order.
talking.
She
Point
has
of
not
order.
recognized you.
Point of order.
Right
now.
Dr.
Point of order.
Lewis.
Yeah, she's out of control.
Dr. Lewis.
She's out of control.
Art Woodson, please, I cannot hear what's happening up here. Please. I'm hearing you more than I am anybody else, so I'm not arguing with you. Go ahead, Ms. Burns, for your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is important that you be allowed to chair your meeting. Second of all, we shouldn't even be recognizing Councilwoman Lewis. She's not in her seat, so her voice doesn't matter. According to the council rules, she cannot be recognized. She is not in her seat, period.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Thank
You're
you.
still in your time.
Thank you. So, according to my nameplate, which is sitting right here in this specific section of the dais, this is my seat, and
Point of order.
I am in the
Point
chair.
of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
According to Rule 9.4, a council member must be seated at their designated seating place to vote. Proxy votes are not allowed.
Miss
Her designated seat
Miss
is
Burns,
over here.
Miss Burns, her name tag is in front of her
That's
seat.
not
That
her
is her
designated
designated
seat.
seat
That is
for
not her
tonight.
designated seat.
I
That's incorrect.
have ruled that is her
That
designated
is
seat
not.
for tonight.
That's incorrect. That's not her designated
Go ahead,
seat.
Dr. Lewis.
I refuse to sit here and, oh no, I won't leave. I'm gonna sit right next to you as you continue to try to intimidate women. That's
Point of
fine,
order,
but you're gonna
point
keep
of
it down.
order, Point of
What's your
order.
I'm definitely okay with
Point
it.
of
I will.
order. Point
Right.
of order.
What's your,
Do you
excuse
see
me,
what-
I'm saying point, what's your
Madam
point?
Chair, look at them. They're attacking him.
They-
They are attacking him. They are attacking him.
No, I did not see that.
They're attacking him.
Order, you don't see any of this shit that they're
They
doing to me
are
right now.
attacking
You
him.
don't see that.
I don't see it.
How
They
corrupt.
are attacking him. Both of them are attacking him.
5-minute recess.
Oh.
Look at that bullshit. Look at that bullshit.
council members please take their seats? Will council members please take their seats? I know we do. They're coming. They're coming. The time is now 8:24, and I'm calling this meeting back to from recess. Roll call vote.
Ms. Lewis? Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing is absent. Ms. Burns? Ms. Burns?
Won't be from neither one of you two. Here. Promise that one.
You have 6 members.
We have 6 members present. Going back, we're on the appeal of the first warning to Art Woodson.
Just so y'all both know.
Ms. Winfrey Carter, Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Burns, and Mr. Murphy have spoken. Is there anyone else who'd like to address this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Mashat.
Absolutely. So the bottom line is you did rule correctly. He's been disruptive. He continued to be disruptive even after he got his warning, even after he got his second warning. Even when you had to call a recess, he continued to be disruptive. He has no intention of sitting in this meeting and not being disruptive. He has no intention of sitting in this meeting and not disrespecting council members. He's done so repeatedly. He keeps doing so. Another reason why Dr. Lewis is sitting down there is because the moment Councilwoman Worthing walked in, she was heckled. And so because she wanted to be able to do her job from her elected seat and stay here, she opted to remove herself from people who are choosing to heckle and harass her, which is another reason why Dr. Lewis, who decided to make sure, as a good leader and president does, that everyone stays in this meeting, she opted to switch seats with her so that now she can be down there. Now she's the one being heckled and disrespected. Again, this man has no intention whatsoever of allowing us to go through our meeting. He only needs to stay in here so that he can continue to try to tell people what to do. I need our colleagues to be free thinkers and not need his direction. He needs to go.
Thank you. I believe that has been everyone but myself. Mr. Woodson has continually called out a turn and spoken, made comments about colleagues, and so that is why I ruled the way I did. Go ahead, vote on the appeal. Yes overturns the appeal, the ruling of the chair, and a no sustains it.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because you just repeated stuff that happened after you gave him a warning.
Ms. Worthing is absent. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because Council President Liddell Lewis called me a bitch, and she doesn't have decorum herself.
The vote is 1 yes, 4 no, 2 abstentions.
Excuse me, could you repeat the vote, please?
1 yes, 4 no, 2 abstentions.
The vote is 1 yes, 4 no, 2 abstentions. That warning stands. No. Okay, going on, we are in discussion to keep it in finance.
Point of order.
Mr. Woodson, you did receive your second warning?
Point of order.
What's your point?
According to the Disorderly Person City Code subsection, you will receive one warning. If you continue to disrupt this meeting, you shall be removed. According to the
I gave you your second warning.
According to the Disorderly Person City Code subsection, it does not require 2 warnings. It says you get 1 warning, and if you persist, you shall be removed.
City Attorney. Miss, I did give her 2 warnings. So we do have let me chair this meeting, please.
Madam Chair, Councilwoman Burns is heckling and bothering me. She has an anger problem, and it's really disturbing. I'm sitting here minding my business, and she's heckling me. I'm minding my business. Absolutely, the video will show that she's heckling me. Ms. Winfrey Carter, Ms. Winfrey Carter, please stop it.
Ms. Winfrey
No,
Carter, you do
no.
not have the floor.
Stop
Ms.
yelling.
Winfrey
See that?
Carter, you
They
do
have
not the
aggression
floor.
issues. I'm not yelling.
Ms.
You're the only
Winfrey
one
Carter,
yelling.
you
You have
do not
aggression
have the
issues.
floor.
You have aggression issues.
What's your
You have aggression issues.
Miss Winfrey Carter.
Madam Chair.
That is your warning.
Madam Chair, thank
I appeal the
you.
ruling of the chair. She needs a warning.
You
needs
did
to-
not
and
have
she-
the
and she-
floor.
Look, and she's laughing. And she's laughing.
I acknowledged her. I acknowledged her. I acknowledged her. I acknowledged her for the floor, yes.
God bless you and your mental health issues.
Miss Burns, you had. We already have an
No,
appeal.
the demons gave birth to you.
Not a-
Point of order. She is still harassing and heckling me. I've asked for it to stop.
What is she talking about?
She's
Who can
still
hear her?
harassing and heckling me.
Miss Burns, you had an
Thank you.
appeal on
I had
Mr.
the floor.
Woodson's.
Thank you.
You appealed the ruling of the chair on Mr. Woodson's second warning. Is there support?
Support.
And see, I had the phone unit.
Point of order.
What's your point?
She's still doing it.
You know, I'm gonna be like a kid.
I'm not even talking to her.
Nobody look at each other. Look straight ahead. Thank
What's
you.
wrong with her? Yeah, you need to stop them. I'm not even talking. Making up stuff. Yeah, she's talking to me.
Who did?
And I'm ignoring her and her mental health issues. This is crazy.
Enough.
And so, point of order, you hear her talking to me, girl. I'm not even talking to her.
I
It's
can't
her.
hear
It's
that.
her. It's her. You have to pay attention.
Who? Okay. I'm gonna say this one more time, and then I'm gonna just adjourn the dang meeting. Because
Adjourn it,
we're
'cause
not
you
getting
got a
things
problem with-
through.
yeah, you should just
But
adjourn it.
listen,
You should adjourn it.
listen to me. Everybody in this dang room. And yeah, I'm pissed. You're all of you are acting like children. We are adults. We are supposed to be professionals and treat each other with respect. Nobody up here in that part of the room are treating anybody with respect. Enough is enough. You aren't treating us with respect. You guys aren't treating us with respect. Treat us with respect. We'll treat you with respect. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
And yes, I was not decorum.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair.
I still have a warning.
Motion to adjourn.
There's a motion. There's a roll call on motion
This is
to
out of
adjourn.
control.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
And she's still
Ms.
running her
Worthing is
mouth.
absent.
Madam Chair.
Ms.
We're in the middle of a roll call.
And she's talking, I can't hear. Candace Mushat is talking.
We're in the
and
middle of
I
a
can't
vote.
hear. I
Thank you.
cannot hear the clerk because of Candace Mushat.
Ms. Worthing is absent. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. That motion failed. We are now, I do
Madam
believe,
Chair?
just, could,
Can I get the floor?
no, not yet. Just,
We're in a appeal, right?
Can I, did we get a second to your appeal?
I seconded.
Okay, thank you, because I didn't, that's what I was
Yeah, yeah,
checking.
yeah, yeah. No, I
Okay.
seconded.
So I guess this is what we're doing.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer, you have the floor now. Oh, no, excuse me, Ms. Burns has the floor. She gets the floor first.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, this is definitely out of hand. It is. This is when we really did need to adjourn, because I do not believe cooler heads will prevail. And definitely not when you have Councilman Pfeiffer sitting in between two people he has had issues or have had issues with him. It's just not gonna work.
Request for information.
What's your
Yes.
request?
Are you aware that they've been back and forth all day that I'm a racist over here?
I have heard them.
Okay.
And they have said that I have mental health issues, and also Council President has called me a bitch.
That was an improper point of order,
I mean,
or
the
point of
stuff that they're
information.
doing over here is very, very childish and immature. And she's called me the appointed person, let's make it clear. The appointed person, the interim in the 7th Ward, has called me a girl, has said mental health issues, and oh, y'all gonna watch, we gonna make, just like it's a little gang. And they did go after Councilman Pfeiffer.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Are you aware that they said I'm now the monkey in the middle?
Mr. Pfeiffer, that is inappropriate.
That, he's lying. He's
The
lying.
camera will pick it up.
Camera will pick it
Appropriate
up.
use of point of
My-
information.
Play it back.
Oh, it'll be out. It'll be out there. I promise you.
See, they're talking, they're,
No, the only person who has the floor right now is Mr. Pfeiffer. Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer, that was.
No, Ms. Burns.
Oh,
Ms.
Ms. Burns,
Yeah,
excuse
I
me.
got the
Ms.
floor.
Burns.
It is very uncomfortable. I do not get along, and I'm not gonna get along, I don't care for Councilwoman Liddell Lewis. But to stand in between her and Councilman Pfeiffer, because there was clearly gonna be an altercation. It was, and she told me, bitch, move, bitch. Now, this is the one who speaks decorum all the time. Never called her a bitch. I just haven't. You know, we are policies and procedure. We are going over, should be, our resolutions going over. At the point to where that interaction, and you're not hearing everything that's going on, and it's a lot. They're antagonized. Candace has not shut up the whole time. And in between, she's over here saying, yeah, I'm not, see, Madam Chair, she's talking now. She was saying, little girl, and just so completely unprofessional. And I wouldn't say it's out of character, because it is part of her character, because she does it all the time. And when both of them had him, and they were going at him, and it was not easy for me to stand in between you and him. I didn't want you to have an altercation with him. I didn't want you to, because one, it still reflects on the Flint City Council. Despite my personal feelings for you, it would not be a good look for the council president who ran up on a grown man that's 6'4" and want to knuck if you buck. That is not a
Please,
good look.
Madam, Ms. Burns, please stay germane to the appeal.
And so when we talk about the violence in here, you got some violent people on this, and it's not normal, it's not healthy, and she does need to be over in her seat. This is causing a further problem, and Council Rule 9.4 does state you must be in your designated seat. Her designated seat has been, and a precedence has been set that she sits over there in between 1 and 3, and that is her seat. It's not because she just decides she wants to move and take up something from, alleviate an issue for Councilwoman Worthy. Let you do that. You're the chair. You're chairing. She keeps trying to tell you how to chair, and she's running over you as she was trying to, she ran up on Councilman Pfeiffer. And at no point, maybe I shouldn't have, Liddell, but because there's something maybe I want to see some part of good in you, I didn't want you fighting a grown man. I didn't want that. I didn't want to see that.
Thank you. Any other person?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, it's clear that the only reason, and she stated on the record that she was the only one over here to antagonize me, and what has happened is she is further antagonizing the crowd in turning this meeting into chaos. That's the only thing it's the only purpose of her moving over here was. That's it. To sit over here, to try to get underneath my skin and bully me, calling me a racist, do whatever you gotta do. It ain't gonna work. It's ridiculous, and it's only throwing this meeting into chaos. And yes, she is trying to use her bully pulpit to get people thrown out, to boss the chairwoman around, to giving warnings, and to further throw this, I'm gonna not even say this meeting, this council into chaos. Because when she's not here, we don't have these issues. So if we do a proper evaluation of what the issues are and when this chambers breaks down into chaos, she's the number one factor. So when she wants to come over here and point of order, he's saying this, he's saying this, he's saying this. Meanwhile, her only intention is over here to do exactly that, to throw the meeting into chaos.
This is the discussion on the second warning to
Yes.
Mr. Woodson.
Yes. She's doing it to antagonize Mr. Woodson. It's clear and present. Everybody can see it. But Madam Chair, apparently you can't hear everything that happens over here. So if you can't hear it, I just want to know how you were able to give Mr. Woodson consecutive warnings and not see the instigator over here. We talk about all the time of people being instigated and being triggered. Well, meanwhile, the arsonist over here is trying to hand out smoke detectors. She is causing all the problems, and yet you got horse blinders on that you can't see it. And meanwhile, the residents are taking the blunt of the warnings and you got to leave and everything else. It's uncalled for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Listen, we got to get it together. We got millions of dollars on the table. Week after week, we come in here, and our job, we get paid. This not volunteer. We get paid to do the business of the city of Flint, and we are co-equal branches of government. And somehow, somewhere, we have to do a deep dive within ourselves to figure out what that looked like and how do we come in here and get along long enough to get the business of the city of Flint done. I've been sitting here just listening and shaking my head, and I know it's a whole bunch of people out there is saying the same thing. This is a shame and disgrace. And week after week after week after week, I was at a meeting for the first ward council candidate, and tomorrow we'll be coming back in here to appoint or interview candidates. And look at us, like we ain't even a good reflection to even be interviewing candidates right now to be putting in the seat. Look what they got to come in to, whoever we appoint for this first ward seat. And it's all of our fault, including me. And we need to take responsibility, accountability, and say, what can I do when I come to city council meeting and make myself a better person to be able to come here and get this work done? You got the administration in the back waiting to answer questions, probably done been here all day. We owe it to them to show some gratitude to them for being here all day. They probably been here since 8 or 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning, and these are long hour days for them because they got to come in here and make sure that they can answer our questions. And we sit up here fighting, and we've been doing this for 2 years. Enough need to be enough, and the audience, in all due respect of what democracy look like, democracy does not look like y'all out there hollering in the audience and being disrespectful when we give y'all opportunity to speak at the podium, but y'all don't want to speak at the podium. Y'all want to speak at the podium and speak at y'all seat and call people out their names. That's not right. And then to talk about somebody that has nothing to do with them being elected, that is so disrespectful on all kind of levels. We got to get it together, and I've been asking this even when Inez Brown was here, that we need to get some training.
Thank you. Mr. Woodson. So now I think everybody has spoken.
I have
No,
not.
I'm sorry. I have not gotten to my notes yet. Go ahead.
Thank you. It is sad that as I sit here listening to a grown man tell a lie. One thing about me, if I say it, I stand on it. And he's talking about someone called him a racist monkey in the middle, his camera pick it up, waiting for him to play it back. That never happened. But you know, we're used to him lying over here, just like we're used to.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Council, which one, Pfeiffer or myself? We both had a point
I think
of
I
order.
heard Pfeiffer first.
The councilwoman in the 7th Ward will not stop talking.
Please be respectful of people on the, who have the floor. If you do not have the floor, do not speak.
Point of order, Madam
To
Chair.
yourself. We do have sidebars, and that is, but you do need to keep
She's
it
not
quiet.
talking to me or
Go
him.
ahead.
We don't deal with her.
Go ahead.
I
What
see
is your?
she's still talking, and I have a point of order.
What?
I have a point of order.
What is your point?
Madam Chair, my point of order was at the same time, Councilman Pfeiffer, it's his time. And during this entire time, she's talking. She's lacking decorum. She talked the entire time, and she just talked again.
Point
She
of
needs to
order,
be
point
quiet
of
while he
order.
has
What's
the
your
floor.
point?
Point of order.
What's your point? We only need one point of order, people, and I will hear it. Go ahead.
She just lied. My mouth wasn't moving and you were looking at me to know I wasn't talking, and she just lied again.
Point of order.
Point of order. I was stating
That
when
is
he
a-
was
What?
talking. That's
Excuse me, Ms.
improper.
Burns, you don't have the floor. Mr. Pfeiffer had his point
That
of order
is an
first.
illegal point of order.
That was illegal. Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. The entire time, thank you, Councilman Pfeiffer was talking. She was talking. So he said the point of order first. I said it second. You know I'm not talking to her because I don't like the appointment person to the 7th, the interim person. I don't care for her. So he wasn't talking to Pfeiffer. She wasn't talking to me. The interim was talking out loud. And she should have been quiet so I couldn't hear him. So she should get a warning because I couldn't hear Councilman Pfeiffer because she won't be quiet.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Does the speaker know that I have the floor?
Apparently not. Go ahead.
Point of order.
We were in
Point of order.
We were in
Point
a.
of order. Did you hear that one?
Point of order. Does Ms. Winfrey Carter have the floor? She's sitting right next to you, asking that, and you're not saying anything to her. You see what I'm? So don't say anything to me, and she's sitting right next to you, and you're not saying anything to her.
If you do not have the floor, do not speak. Do not speak if you do not have the floor. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis. Finish your time.
And this is the unfortunate part. Time continues to get disrupted by frivolous points of order. According to our council rules, if you continue to abuse privileged motions, you're supposed to get a warning. Now, I definitely understand that the chair would like to keep people in the meeting, both colleagues as well as audience members. But when we have audience members yelling out, calling council people a moose, when we have audience members yelling out, saying and thinking it's funny during our time, that's called out of order. And he knows better. He's been coming down here for years. And so it's unfortunate that we have colleagues that continue to accept this behavior because it's happening to us.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Does she realize that not only was she called, someone did call her what she feels to be a derogatory name of moose, but she also called me a bitch.
That's improper. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
As he continues to speak out loud, as she continues to take the floor with using
Mr.
privilege
Woodson,
motions.
you are being told to
Don't
leave
touch
now.
me, Dennis. Don't do that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I heard your voice. I heard your voice. I'm sorry. That was your warning. Go ahead, Ms. Lewis.
And according to, and this is what we put up with. This has nothing to do with the chair, or the president or the vice president. We need for our colleagues to be in order. We need for the audience to be in order, and then we have a smooth meeting. This has nothing to do with us, because we're here to do the business. We're ready to do the business. But when we have a person in the 8th Ward continues to threaten and try to intimidate women.
Point of order.
Point of order.
What's your point?
What does this have to do with the warning that Mr. Woodson got? That's what the appeal is on.
It's like so many other times people are talking about other things during an appeal.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
You called them out too, but you won't call her out.
We're talking.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
We're talking
Please
about
state your
Madam
name.
Chair,
why
I
these.
said point of order.
Please, I'm sorry, I did not
Thank
hear
you.
it. Thank you.
She cannot speak to the motives of other people. She needs to be germane.
Please stay germane. Go ahead,
But
Dr. Lewis.
again, point of order for her, because she's abusing privileged motions. I'm stating a direct fact. I'm not stating a motive. I'm stating what happened last meeting when the councilman in the 9th Ward was told to shut up with a hand in her face by a grown man. That's what I'm talking about. That's no motive.
Point of
That's
order.
a fact.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Why is the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward bringing up previous meeting things?
Stay germane to this.
I definitely will, and I'm staying germane to prove my point that I will not sit here, and I will not. And he continues to say bye, but I'm going to stay right here, and I will not be bullied by the councilman in the 8th Ward. I will not. Nor will we allow colleagues to be bullied by people in the audience. I will not. So when people follow the rules, we won't have to be in this place. When we have Councilwoman Burns, I guess, standing in the gap, or whatever she called herself doing, this is when we have problems. What we need for people to do is sit in your elected seat, stop
There.
and sit in your elected seat, and when you continue, again,
Request for information.
point of order, point of
for
order,
information.
the colleague in the 6th Ward.
Request for
Everyone.
information.
What's your request?
To the speaker, do you realize that you can go back to your seat now, your elected assigned
That's
seat?
improper. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis. Please stay germane.
This is why the meeting may be considered a dumpster fire. We have individuals that come here exclusively to create chaos. Just like last meeting, when they stood up, gave the nod, and broke quorum and refused to come back to their seats. This is why we are in this place now. They're giving ammunition to the audience to act out of order. This is why we're here now. And they think it's funny. This is why we're here now. So this has nothing to do with us. This has everything to do with proper decorum, and as well as people not bullying other colleagues. Thank you.
Is there anyone else?
I will. What you gonna do?
Oh, see, Judy, I'm telling you.
Hey,
Judy, you
no
better
back and
get her.
forth. No back and forth. Dr. Lewis. No
Point
back
of
and
order.
forth.
Are you going to give her a warning for going back and forth?
I did not hear what he said. I heard his voice, but I did not hear what he said.
You allow her to stand up out her seat. She should be in her seat. Let Judy, you can rule him if you had an issue. She's standing up to knock a few up.
How did he, what did,
Wow.
I heard his voice.
That's not.
If
Woo, she said, what we gonna do?
There's no back and forth, and if there was I could not hear what he said. I would agree. I know, you're telling me that he threatened me. Can you please?
Chair, she is out of order.
Madam Chair, she is out of order.
She is out of order.
She is out of order. She out of seat.
Madam
She
Chair,
is
you will warn her.
Please seat.
Going back
Please
and
sit.
forth.
Going back and forth, that will be your warning, Dr. Lewis. And
That's fine.
Mr. Pfeiffer, do not yell from that seat, or you will get a warning as well.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. No, I will not be threatened by someone that relocates to the first row. I will not.
I can't hear anything that's going on in this room.
I'm telling you, Madam Chair, what just happened. And he's talking junk to back it up. He's saying, come on. Do you not see that?
Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Point of order.
He's doing that.
Point of order. Madam Chair, point of order.
I heard Mr. Pfeiffer first.
Madam Chair, you've ruled on the point of order.
Let's move on.
You've given her a warning. You've warned the gentleman in the first row. We're done.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Where are we at? That was the end of this, Dr. Lewis. Is there anyone else who'd like to discuss this appeal?
I think that's
Seeing none, I will go ahead and do mine. This meeting has turned into a dumpster fire. This meeting has, we need to follow decorum, and the audience members need to be respectful and not yell out, not talk to the point. This is my time. What's your point?
point of order.
I think you need to warn members of council
Absolutely. All the members of council are in danger of being warned. Almost every one of them, including myself. Oh, excuse me. Including myself, because I've gotten out of control myself. Just because when I ran for this office, I said, I can make a difference. I can help people get along. But when the animosity is so great, you can't. And I feel like I've failed in that. But I do hold myself to as high esteem. I don't get into the individual name calling from the seat. I have called people childish because they've acted like children, but I've not named names. And I won't. But we need to be respectful from both the audience as well as from this dais. We need to be respectful of our constituents, and they need to be respectful of us, not calling people moose from the front row. I don't care if you don't like them. Call them that on your Facebook page. I don't care. But when in this chamber, please have respect for the council members and don't call out. This is the vote for the second warning to Mr. Woodson. If a yes overrules the chair, a no sustains the chair. Roll call, please. Ms. Lewis.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I abstain because pointing out one person in the audience when the council and the audience is at fault is wrong.
Madam Chair. Oh, she has to call.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
2 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. That warning stands. We are.
Madam Chair.
That was Mr. Woodson's final. Can you hold on just a second?
Yes.
I closed my note. Okay,
Madam Chair, I'd like to put a motion on the floor for Councilwoman Lewis to go back to her designated seat.
There's a motion on the floor to have Dr. Lewis go back to her seat. Is there support?
Support.
It's been moved and properly seconded. I guess there's nothing in the rules about how long it's default limits, 2 rounds of 5 minutes.
Madam Chair. Doesn't speak to name tag.
It's interpretation. Interpretation. I'm sorry.
I asked for the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you. So according to our rule, 9.4 of council rules, a council member must be seated. at their designated seating place to vote. Proxy votes are not allowed. We showed that when I was not in my seat, but I was on the dais as I was speaking to the clerk, it didn't count. Her designated seat is not over in the 9th ward, which we have set a precedence that her seat is in the 2nd ward. And her seat is over in between 1 and 3. And here's the problem. You put that was a volatile situation. And it continues to escalate because it began to feed off of each other. And not only did Councilwoman Lewis have a problem with Councilman Pfeiffer, she had a problem with me by calling, she says decorum and why we here, but then called me a bitch. And so when she talks about behavior, it begins, homeschooling or training begins at home. You can't expect, this is the council president who did this. The council president, when I had to intervene, because she was cussing out Councilman Pfeiffer, going back and forth. She was engaging, what you gonna do? I mean, it was really, Judy, can you warn, because I can't hear, they're talking. These two are talking, can you warn them?
I'm not warning because people are talking. If it interferes with
You
the
got the
discussion.
council, the precedence
Wait,
begins
you know
with
what,
us.
Ms.
It's my
Burns?
time.
Ms.
It's my
Burns,
time.
I'm going to take your time. Stop the clock.
You can't take my time. You can say a point
When
of
I
order when
when we
rule is
have
broken.
when we have,
Judy, hold on.
I
You
want to
cannot-
explain
you
something.
have to say point of order.
I
So
don't
because
as chair. I do not.
Yes, you do.
So
you can't just take my time.
I stop the clock. When people hear you two talk, they talk over there, talk over here, everybody talks. Just be quiet. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead and start the clock back.
Okay, you took my time for nothing. So this is part of the problem. When interpretation of you took my time. Now, I could have fought that, but I don't even know what you took it to say, to be honest. I really don't. My issue is, it got heated. She should have never been out of her designated seat. Her designated seat is over there. It created nothing but a problem. Nothing but a problem. And it's going to escalate because she engages and she became violent. And she became violent. She wanted to fight. So what you gonna do? Oh, you want some of this? Oh, what you gonna do? Oh, you standing, you standing, bitch. I mean, where do they do this at? But she wants to talk about decorum. I didn't stand in between two people who are clearly taller than me, both of them. I didn't want either one of them to have an altercation to where they had to be hauled off because it was going to reach that point. It was going, because she was in his face. Then she got into it with Woodson. Then she got into it with me. And I was trying to help her. Then she got into it with Rich Jones. She has engaged in a violent way with every person tonight in a violent manner where she stood up, put her hands on her hips. So what you gonna do? She should have been removed from the meeting. Simple as that. This is the president of the Flint City Council using gross profanity, violent behavior, intimidating gestures over and over again. And she won't stop. Every time someone says something, she's gonna go after them. She wants to fight tonight. And she keeps standing up. She's worried about someone calling her a moose, but she calls people bitches. So you can't say this is what it gets down to. The president of the Flint City Council is supposed to lead the path. Reason why we don't have a course or aren't on course is because it lacks leadership. We don't have leadership. And in the absence of leadership, you get chaos. Ever since she's been chairing, it's been chaotic. God rest Councilman Mays, because Lord knows they blamed all this on him. And it was not. It was not. They can't blame him now. Blamed him, now she's blaming everybody. She cussed him, she used to cuss him out underneath that mask. And you could hear it, underneath that mask, she cussed him out. We see who she is. She showed us today. She's a violent woman who engages in bully tactics and behavior. She stood up to fight not one person, but three. Dennis Pfeiffer, Don Pfeiffer, and Rich Jones. And she was willing to fight grown men. Grown men. I've never seen nothing like that. She was gonna knuck if you buck with grown men and cussing everybody out. That is conduct unbecoming of a council member, period.
Madam Chair? Yeah. It's clear as day that this is retribution because her race war against me didn't work the first time. So this is just her circling back, trying to stir the pot more. That's all it is. Now she's saying, oh, I got violent against women. You stood up against me. I got up and walked away. Who's got the anger problem? This is just a continuation to try to intimidate me or whatever else. If her nationwide race war intimidation factor didn't work, she think that this is gonna? No, this ain't gonna do it. Everyone in the world can see, even the 4 people that watch your podcast. Everybody can see that you are a bad actor. And to talk about why this motion was made is because she's only sitting over here to further add to that chaos. Do we think that any of this would have transpired tonight if she was sitting in her assigned seat? She was assigned her seat at the beginning of the meeting by the city clerk. That is her assigned seat. Moving it over here is not her assigned seat. If that's the case, I'm going to be moving around every 3 minutes. So, where are we going to draw the line? Where are we going to draw the line? In 7 and 2 are going to come over here thinking that they're going to talk shit and get underneath my skin. Ain't going to happen. Because, Madam Chair, you can't hear it, but it's been like that all day. Mm-hmm. All day. And I hope you don't turn a blind eye to exactly what they are trying to do to this meeting. Because none of this would happen. Because even when the 9th Ward is sitting over here, there's no back and forth. There's no utter chaos between me and the 9th Ward. But when she wants, because she's over here just laughing and giggling now.
Sure is.
It's only to stir chaos and to further provoke the members of the audience over here on this side, thinking that she can bully them and bully you into throwing them out.
She should have been removed.
I hope that my colleagues wake up and see this. I hope that they do. Has the audience been out of order tonight? Yes. Has the council been out of order? Yes. Has the council president performed in a manner that is unbecoming of a council president? 100%. Has she, not even council president, she is unbecoming of a council person, of a person in these chambers, period. But she's going to do point of order and try to bully her way into getting everyone removed and trying to look victimized. Mm-hmm. She is a professional victim. I will yield my 45 seconds because I can't wait to hear from the rest of my colleagues.
Is there anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I would like to make amended motion to drop this motion and any appeals so that we can get the business of the city done.
There's a motion on the floor to drop this motion and to end any and all appeals. Is there support? What's your request?
Does that mean that she's going to move over if we drop this?
The motion would die.
She should voluntarily do that.
That motion died for a lack of a second. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Call for the question.
What's your point?
He lost his time when he made the motion.
Is that in the rules to lose time when you make a motion?
Yep, give up the floor when you make a motion. And it died.
I guess
Okay,
it died.
Yep.
Okay, it's not in the rules, so, okay. I'll go along with that. So is there any other discussion?
Yes, Madam
Go ahead.
Chair. I see what you're trying to do, Councilman Murphy, and I understand, but the whole point of the motion is for the councilwoman in the second ward to move back to her seat. But you know what, Councilman Pfeiffer? I don't care where she sits. Wherever she sits, she causes confusion, chaos, commotion. She antagonizes the residents. She taunts the residents. She bullies the residents. She bullies her colleagues. She don't bully me, but the ones that she roll with, she bullies them. So wherever she goes, she has such a bad spirit and bad energy. So it doesn't matter where she sits. But of course, she needs to be sitting in her assigned seat, which is the seat of the second ward. And I would have thought that being the president of the council and knowing that that's not her seat, and when Councilwoman Worthen left, I would have thought that she would have just automatically moved back to her seat. That would have been the right thing to do. But you know what? Here we go. How unbecoming of a council member. How unbecoming of the council president. But she want to always talk about decorum. Did she practice decorum tonight? No, no. So I would hope that the councilwoman in the second ward, I would hope that she would move to her seat. And I would hope that my colleagues vote on this motion. I would hope that you vote yes for the councilwoman in the second ward to move back to her seat. That's all we're asking. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. Regardless where anyone sit in this chamber, they should feel safe. Whether it is up here in the Diaz, whether it's out there in the audience. You should be able to sit there and you should be able to do your job or listen attentively freely without intimidation. Unfortunately, whoever sits in this seat right here, they face intimidation. I hear my colleagues try to paint the picture that I'm such a bully. No, And I see that the people that they coach and they bring to disrupt this meeting are causing the confusion as well and clapping in agreement. When what we have here, we have individuals that don't even deserve to represent the people with such childish behavior and lies. And so, whether I'm over there, over here, when I'm over there, they still break quorum, they still yell out in the audience. Whether I'm over here, oh, my fault, and our councilman still attacks the women in this seat. When I'm over here, the same thing. The audience is still yelling out, and the councilman in the 8th Ward continues to attack women. And then his brother took a seat right in the front row to threaten me. And that's exactly what he did. So I guess it runs in the family, intimidating women, having negative comments, threatening to do bodily harm to women. That's what we do. But that's fine, because I'm here for it, and I'm standing my ground. And I do apologize. I got a little out of character today, but what I will not do, I will not be bullied by no man as I sit here to do my job. He's not important enough for me to talk about. He's not important enough for me to harass, because we have work to do. As we hear individuals yell out, Mr. Pfeiffer, it's really, really unfortunate that this pandering that we're doing. I mean, if you want to talk, you know what, I'm not even going to go there, but I'm just going to just say this. No, I mean, don't need. Because you talking about actor, clearly you're the biggest actor, because you went from being a racist per our deceased councilman in the 1st Ward, now all of a sudden you're the black savior. You're team Flint, your team, yeah. But it's fine.
Request for information.
Yes.
I've always been Team Flint, not Team Maryland.
Well, I don't know, because you're not Team Hogarth, because where are you? People come to the meeting because you're not answering your phone or your email, but it's not about you. Just remember that. It's never about you. It's about the business of the city.
What's your request?
Does the councilwoman in the 2nd Ward realize Hogarth is now my area as we have ward boundaries? And I do take calls, every call, including your calls.
No. Anyway, but do you realize?
Please stay germane to this motion.
And I'm being very germane. The point is, we have colleagues up here that does not come from the business. They come to disrupt, they come to defame, degrade, and they come to point fingers, but they don't come here to do the real work.
Request for information. Do they come to stand up and fight colleagues the way you did?
That's improper point.
I don't. Again, that was improper, but I would definitely answer it. But you don't have to worry about me fighting you, because your brother said that he's going to fight me. So you don't have to worry about that, Dennis, because your big brother is here to the rescue.
Order.
What's your point?
You are not the chair.
Dr. Lewis, you must be respectful of our residents.
The going back and forth with colleagues or with people in the audience
please
is against the rules.
Please stay germane to the resolution, which is asking you to go back to the seat on the next to Mr. Murphy.
The point is, regardless wherever you sit in this chamber, you should be at liberty to do your job or to sit silently and listen. And if you are speaking out in the chambers, we should not hear you up here. You're being disorderly. No one should have to face intimidating from colleague or audience member. And I will not be intimidated, especially by a grown man. And so that pulled me out of character, because no grown man will tell me to shut up and talk to me as if I'm his wife. I'm not. And you will never, ever talk to me like that.
Point of
so
order.
I don't need to leave, because
What's
I'm
your
not bothering
point?
him.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Point of order.
What's your point?
She should not be bringing up Councilman Pfeiffer's wife. That is out of order.
Please stay germane.
I am being germane. I'm being very germane.
She needs a more, no.
No, that's not germane. Go ahead.
I'm being very germane. My point is, the colleague in the 8th Ward will not intimidate and bully anyone on this council or in that audience. Now, if that's not germane, I don't know what to tell you. And I'm included in that. This will not happen. And so we would not have had this situation tonight if Mr.
Pfeiffer, you do not have the floor. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
We would not be in this if Mr. Pfeiffer did not attempt to bully, no, not attempt, if he did not speak out and try to bully me from my seat. And talking about, I stood up, sir, you stood up first. So until our colleagues will stop bullying, using false language, until you really come to do the business of the city, we will always be here. As long as you continue to pay people in the audience to come here and disturb the meeting and coach them, we will continue to be here.
Mr.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis.
Point of order. Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Do you hear the lady right
Yes,
here
I've
in the
heard
Dakota
you several
shirt?
times, and I told you one
point
more
of
time.
order.
I don't want to. I don't. This is not a back and forth. This is not
Point
a
of
back
order.
and forth.
Point of order.
What's your
Point of
point?
order.
One time. You don't need to nag me on points
I just
of order.
want you to
I
answer
heard
my
it the
point.
first time.
Okay.
Actually, I had a point of order first, but I will yield to Councilwoman Whitley Carter.
She should not be attacking the residents in the audience, ma'am. Madam Chair, please give her a warning.
Madam Chair.
And if I were in the audience and someone said that another person was paying me to come to the council meeting, yeah, I would be upset. So, Madam Chair, handle that.
We're going to be
This is
respectful
how-
of the people. Excuse me, ma'am.
This is how we get dumpster fire meetings, okay? She should never attack
Go ahead.
the
sorry.
resident.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, Rule 27.2. During any portion of any meeting, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. The council president knows this rule. She needs to be removed from this meeting for disorderly conduct.
Dr. Lewis, please do not interact with the
Point of
members
order.
of the audience. What's your point?
Do you guys realize that we is not on the business of the city of Flint, and we are spending all this time talking about frivolous, a whole bunch of nothing?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, but that is an improper point. But please stay germane. Do not communicate with the audience members. Is there anyone else who'd like to discuss this in the first round? I will discuss it, seeing how there's been no, it's default motions. I am going to vote to ask Dr. Lewis to go over here just to end the chaos. This is ridiculous. As Mr. Murphy has said, we are not getting the business of the city done. We have important resolutions on here that we have to vote to send to council today or not. We can't let it die. It can't sit in finance for the next finance committee. We have a deadline. We have to do the business of the city tonight. This is ridiculous to have special council meetings after special council meetings after special council meetings. And if it means that some order will be maintained, if Dr. Lewis goes back to her seat, then I will vote to do that. And I think that's the only way we're going to maintain some semblance because of the animosity that is occurring in my left. So we have 2 rounds. Is there anyone who'd like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
You shouldn't have to vote. She should automatically and willing go back. Her seat is vacant. This shouldn't even be a vote. You know, she's standing her ground like this is Florida or something, where it's a law. She wants to stand her ground. She's setting a precedent. She knows it's a problem. She's standing her ground to make sure that he is in the position to where they're going to, and they have been going back and forth. I mean, and it's been bad. It's been bad since she's been over here, and you can't hear it. Not only that, it's runoff that the appointed person was going off on me because I could hear what was happening to him. So this meeting, you're correct. We do have, and I think we only on 2 resolutions, and you have had 3 fights where the council president stood up and wanted to fight, cussed out people. She cussed me out because I didn't want her to get hit by a man. And you cannot, a power of a woman is not the same as the strength of a man. It's just not. The size doesn't matter. Men are genetically stronger, and that was going to be a problem. And then when you got the cheerleaders cheering it on, she had a cheerleader. That was inappropriate. It needed to be de-escalated. It should have never happened. But to sit and box him in, that is a hostile work environment. It's extreme, and it's hostile for me because the whole time the appointed person has been doing the same thing the council president has been doing. Same thing. I do my best to ignore. But it becomes difficult, and it's difficult for you to even chair this meeting. You don't hear, and I think you're pulling into yourself just to say, I want it to be over. Yeah. And I see that. And I know you want to, and I want to get on with the business. But the part that you may have to do when you have a friendship over business, right now, Councilwoman Lewis is the problem. She needs to be removed. She needs to be removed.
We are discussing having her moved to the seat next to Mr. Murphy.
Yeah.
Please state your main to
I
that.
am germane, having her removed. I am germane.
Please state.
You don't want to
germane.
hear because you're friends with her. It is for me the business. I don't want anybody up here to get hurt, even the ones I don't care for. I don't want to see that. You know, we've gotten 2 resolutions. No, we finished 1. We got stuck in the middle of the second one, and everything on this agenda was separated. And the council president does break quorum. She's broken it many times. Judy, you have too. But if we break quorum once or twice, they do it like 5 or 6 times. Because we are not treated the same. So you have hostility. How do you fix that? What is your remedy? She should voluntarily now. I would love to see her get up and say, you know what? I'm going to set a precedent as the council president. I'm going to go back to my seat because that's where I belong. And my space and my place that was designated to me, that I have been serving on this council from. But she's not going to do it. Why? It's convenient for her to antagonize and to stand her ground. Whatever her ground is, because she wanted to fight 3 grown men. Wow. And that, to me, when she stood up, you should have put her out. She should have been removed at the first fight, not the second fight, not the third fight, and put her hands on her hip during the meeting. She should have been put out. She puts everybody else out for less than that. She'll put you out for asking the question. She jumps on you. She's not a nice person, and she showed it tonight. This is her character. This is who she is. She showed us who we are, and people need to remember this. This is who she is. This is who she is. Now, if she wanted peace and to do the business, she would pick up her items, go back to her seat. She doesn't want to get the business done because she's still sitting here. To antagonize Councilman Pfeiffer, and she had a partner sparring where they had him boxed in. Both of them. I've never seen anything like it. Never seen anything like it. The council president and the appointed person. Not a good look. I wish Councilwoman Lewis would and she hears, she won't look up. She needs to go to her seat so we can finish the business. We were on Mott Children's Health Center. They gave us their business cards to call them because it turned into fight night. It turned into female versus male on city council. You know, it was just so unprofessional.
Any other discussion? In the second round, any other discussion? In the
Yes.
second? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
So, I know before Eva Worthy, move into another seat, and we did take care of business. And to you through the clerk, is it, to Davina, is it illegal or against the council rules for a council person to be sitting at a different area but still seated at the council seats?
Illegal is, I'm sorry, through the chair to you, illegal is a strong word. The rules speak to votes being taken and being in your assigned seat. If,
Thank you, Davina, speaking up.
technically, the dais is a 1st through 9th ward. We've always done it from left to right. So if we're speaking assigned seats, yes, then the idea is that this is 1st through 9th wards. So that's what I'll say to that.
So, if, so here's my understanding, that Eva Worthy moved over here because she was being antagonized by the audience. So to calm that down, her and Councilwoman Lewis agreed to change seats to try to keep that down because the audience was out saying stuff to her and it was getting on her nerves because she came in when we went in the executive session. When she first came in, somebody was calling her names. So.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Thank you. Through you to the speaker, when you were in the back, when she came in, Councilman Murphy, I did not engage with Councilwoman Worthy. She went at me terrible. I did not get out my seat because I was reading my agenda. She said very nasty, mean, and inappropriate, and I didn't say anything to her. So she came in immediately at me.
That's inappropriate. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wasn't talking about you. I was
I
talking
know I'm
about
setting
the
precedence,
audience.
what she did when she came.
So I could see the reasoning for changing seats, not that someone wanted to permanently change their seat somewhere else, but they just wanted to continue and get the business done. And this is not the first time that this has happened where they done had to switch seats in order to, I think I think Eva Worthy was in my seat a couple of times and I had to go over there and sit. All I'm saying to my colleagues is it's 9:30. We only got 2 things done. We ought to be ashamed of ourselves. And here we are, got a motion on the floor to have someone move to another seat at 9:30, and we still haven't got the business done. And we really want to emphasize her moving to her seat, and y'all really don't want to take care of the business unless she move in her seat. So therefore, we won't be able to get none done if we don't got the votes to get this done.
A point of order.
What's your point?
He's speaking to motives, and that is just untrue. That is not factual about not wanting to do the business if she done moved to her seat. She should voluntarily be in her seat.
Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead,
Point of
Mr.
order.
What's your point?
That was one of her numerous amount of times using privileged motions to
Point of
take the floor.
order.
What's your point?
She clearly made a statement before that, so she used the floor, she used a point of order to take the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I'm done.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Mr. Murphy, if that was the case, Eva Worthing's been gone for 2 hours. Why didn't she move back? If she strictly moved over here to shield her colleague Eva Worthing been gone. But she clearly said on the record that she's over here to antagonize me. She said this. I'm ready to get the business done. But I don't see that, I personally don't see that happening if she sits over here. Because that will just embolden her more to antagonize because she knows that she doesn't have to move. So I'm not gonna belabor this. The vote is what it is. And we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing, hearing none? Roll call vote, please. This is the motion for Dr. Lewis to go back to the seat next to Mr. Murphy.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Machette?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Eva Worthing is gone. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
I abstain because this is crazy.
We have 4 yes,
We still didn't have the vote.
2 noes, and 1 absent.
What was the vote?
4 yes.
I'm sorry, could you please tell me how many noes? Or for 4 yes, 2 noes?
4 yes, 2 noes,
and
1
one
absent.
abstention. That motion fails. All right, we're going back.
Point
We
of
are-
order,
what's
Madam
your
Chair.
point?
I'll be leaving this meeting.
Thank
This is
you.
ridiculous.
We're going back, we're back, way back. This is a vote to keep in finance. Mr. Burns and Mr. Pfeiffer have, Ms. Burns and Mr. Pfeiffer have spoken. Is there any other discussion on keeping this resolution 240075 in council? In finance? Hearing none, this is the vote to keep resolution 240075 in council, in finance.
Madam Chair, can you state the name of it? You're gonna need some water, too.
I have. Reallocation of ARPA funds, Mott Children's Health Center. This is the vote to keep in finance.
Ms. Winfrey Carter? Okay. Ms. Burns? Ms. Burns?
Okay. Yes.
Ms. Machette?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
We have 6 yeses, 0.
I can hear the vote.
6 yeses. It passed.
6 yes, 0 no. That stays in finance. The next resolution is 24. We are at ease. We got past this. Move your chair over there. Go home. Tell your stuff.
I'm sitting in my elected seat. Why am I gonna? She can't even vote in her seat. This is not her seat. Of course, she can't even vote.
Meeting is adjourned for lack of quorum.
Now we got another meeting when she come back. They're not going to legislature.
Judy. Oh, she's gone.
No, I asked for it, they just sent it down. And I said that they sent it, Vina said they never sent it. Yeah. Now she's standing over here lying on me. I don't even know this lady. Yeah, she lying. You talking about I've been talking the whole meeting. I've been quiet the whole meeting.
I seen you and she was like, look at her now. And
My lips wasn't even moving.
Our legislator.
That's ridiculous. Lying. Stop lying. Too old to be lying.
No, I didn't hear you. No. We have to have that ambulance. If we're gonna vote on it, it's gotta go to it's gotta go on special affairs.
That's fine.
She needed to get the election situation voted on to move this election.
We are still here.
But she adjourned the meeting.
No, I just adjourned finance. We have two other.
You have-
It don't matter, that was one part.
No.
We have two more committees.
But if you don't come back and she ain't going to the seat, you still be coming back. So what's that?
You want to put it in special affairs? Put it in special affairs. I know you do.
I know.
I'm just saying.
No, we know you do. Yeah. Also, you can see me from your seat, so you can see I'm not speaking. I don't know why they keep lying. I'm literally quiet this whole time. Nobody said that, and so when I can't wait for him to pull that up on his camera. Yeah. I just can't wait for him to pull it up on camera because he lied. That never happened. Wait. His camera. Oh, yay! Oh, that's embarrassing. Today is the day you chose to broadcast it. The one day I lose it. The one day. No, don't. Yeah.
I'm so
I know.
fucking
Tell
pissed.
her for her I'll go back to Candace that has the court. But it was the last straw today.
It's not my fault.
Get that goddamn ass out.
What happened? What happened? No, they can go. No, we don't. I just told her. Back to normal, quiet Kansas food. I promise. But no. Tonight, Leisha, it was too far, too many times. Yeah. Nobody.
A board meeting only takes 2 hours, and then everybody is like.
But as you can see, I am normally very quiet. take it all on the chin, that's fine. I understand. Alicia, I promise you will be on the extra best behavior for you.
I would like to call this legislative meeting to order in the court. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Let me get the thing, the gavel.
Mr. Murphy?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
I'm leaving.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Ms. Worthing is absent. You have 3 members present.
This meeting is adjourned for a lack of a quorum.
We need that gavel down here.
Yeah. Oh, they give you the gavel, all right.
Ain't no dog, 'cause they went too far. No, they went too far. They went too far. Oh, you smell good, is that you?
That's the dove soap.
I was like,
That ain't nothing but dove soap. That's why I keep buying. Thank you. Finally, I smell good. No, I'm just kidding.
relax.
The time is now 9:45, and the government ops meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Mr. Murphy? Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mushat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Ms. Worthing is absent. You have 3 members present.
We have 3 members present, so therefore it's 9:46, and this meeting has been adjourned due to lack of quorum.
America, stay tuned. More will be revealed. Harvey, good night. I mean, what is his name? Paul Harvey. We doomed. This city fucked. This city fucked. Right. Release that money.